In the next few days, we just recovered it and went right back down. You remember that?
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
scared that it's
Southern
gonna
news
happen
event.
again. You know?
Problem is that
Yeah.
they announced the strategic reserve and they didn't announce any plan to buy Bitcoin. So expectations had gotten so big, right? The expectations were that he was going to come out there, announce a strategic reserve, pull out his presidential phone, buy $1 million worth of Bitcoin on Coinbase. Like, I don't know what people expected, but they thought that everything was going to happen on that day. And when we didn't get any news, when we didn't get any real sort of plan to buy any new Bitcoin, people took it as bad news. Half of the people took it as bad news. The other half of the people took it as an exit because they've been pricing this in since we first heard about it at 20, you know? So it's like, for some people, the beginning of the line is the end of the line for others. It just depends on how early you got in. There's people right now that when this rate cut comes in, they will sell, right? The calculation we have to make is, do the rate cuts bring in more new people than the people that sell off? Right? For the strategic reserve, that wasn't the case. More people sold off than the new people that came in. This might be a little different because there's a whole section of investors that do not touch risk assets at all until the Fed starts to cut. Right? That's a sign from them that, okay, it's time. Things are starting to loosen up a little bit. It's time to take a little more risk on. So I think it's different because it's more of a trigger for people. It's more of a
Can
trigger
you
for investors.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand. I
can you
understand.
explain that what you just said about they'll take on more risk when rates are low? Is that because the money they're using is borrowed?
Money's cheap. Yeah, when money's cheap, money gets spent more freely, you know. But not only that, even if they don't borrow the money, it's a sign that the economy is starting to move in a certain direction, right? After the cuts come quantitative easing, then you get money printing, and it's just that, that expansion cycle. So it's like the first sign of the expansion cycle is when you start to cut.
What about the usual, false move, then 3 day?
We
How
don't
would
even
you
have a
see it play out?
traditional trap right now. Like, market maker hasn't been able to bring us back up to CME. We haven't come down too much lower, but we're playing this by momentum still. I'm playing this by momentum still.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
until we get a good, solid sort of look from market maker, this isn't it. And Mark Algos kept us inside the weekend trap until like Friday night, and then yeah, so we got to let this play out.
I'm still in those head shorts, and I'm like a bit skeptical to close them.
Yeah,
Because I still feel like people are not scared. Like I feel like there's another shakeout coming, and I've been right about the other one that just came to 111.
it's possible.
I don't feel there's enough pain yet. I'm sorry to say that. But if we like hold here, it would be okay. But let's say if tomorrow we're gonna pump, are you expecting a correction later the week, or we can just like go to all-time highs again?
We just had a corrective move. We're coming out of a corrective move. Even though this is a big expanse, this did nothing but take out what, three lower highs. We haven't even recovered this move yet. So either this is a dead cat bounce, which would be one hell of a dead cat bounce, or this is the beginning of an impulsive move. I'm playing it as if
And when
it's
do
the
you
beginning
estimate?
of an impulsive move.
I hope to. I really hope. I really hope it is. And if that happens, if the impulsive move comes, you expecting another dip down to test that support, this head and shoulder line, or
Yeah, yeah,
just
yeah.
to move up?
You would want to see, a breakout, a retest. You want to solidify all of these moves, which is why I like what we did here. right? We came down, we accumulated at the bottom, we popped down, we've come all the way back down to test that. That's the same thing that I expect when we pop out. All the way back
Could
down
we
to
take the
test.
50% vector?
I would like to.
You know, from here.
Yeah, I would like to.
Okay. Me too. That's where I'm expecting to close at least one of my shorts and see what happens, you know?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't, though, because that was a really clean hit off of support. My opinion, if they wanted to
Yeah.
go get those vectors, they could have done it right there. And they didn't. But most of these opened up. Well, the vector itself, yeah, but most of these 100x liquidations opened up right at that spot. So, you know how we say if the bulls get a little bit too excited and start to fill this up down here, then price can come down and grab it just for a quick, like, final sweep. But this looks good. This looks good. We looked at this inverse head and shoulders last night before we went to bed. We hadn't come down and made that right shoulder yet. So let's see. First thing, we got to get above this 50 and clear through these licks. If we get above
Yeah.
our SR flip right here at 115.6, I'd have to say that move down is mitigated and we're going to keep going up.
What if we behave like we do on W's? Like from here we go up, then we kind of break out and then come right back down and test the support again, and then we fly. Could that be
Possible?
possible,
Yeah,
or
of
you
course.
think?
Anything is possible.
I'm scared about the volume, you know, because people are gonna be like, "Oh my God, the head and shoulder is playing out," and then coming back down to get all of them, and then go back up again.
Me
Yeah,
personally, in this
exactly.
long, I would like it to do that. I'd like it to come up, clear that, hit resistance, come back, retest the 50, then take resistance, then come back and use it as support, and then pull off and get our breakout.
Yeah. I hope it happens. I'm so done with this range. I just want to see Bitcoin go.
Yeah. Damn, I wonder if that guy went to jail, DJ. But a dormant pre-mine address containing 49 ETH has just been activated after 10 years. $15 ETH. The dude is either filthy rich already or he was in jail. Yeah, FedWatch was at 75 last night before I went to sleep. Saw that. Let's refresh. Hold your breath. Yeah, it hasn't moved. I'll take that though. Global liquidity. We're still climbing. We need to take out this high. And then I'll be a little bit more calm about this top.
I know it haven't played out, but that 14.5 you called out yesterday, I pulled out the fib thing and it was like the golden pocket, and I set up my grid there and it got hit.
Nice. Good
Looking
shit.
good, man.
Good shit. Yeah, Drizzle. Yeah, you can type either in the room that we're sitting in right now talking. If you just type in that bubble chat, that's probably the easiest for like people that are talking to be able to see. Just right on that side chat. Hit the little bubble on the top right hand corner. Welcome to the family, Drizzle. It is a separate chat though. So if you want to talk to YouTube, you got to go to YouTube. If you want to talk to Discord, you got to do it in the chat. A lot of people in Discord are on YouTube though. Nah, that shit almost seems like a side wallet that they forgot about that just happened to bubble up to 237 now. It's like you remember that you have a hot wallet that you forgot about. It just happens to have 49 ETH in it. Don't worry, Dusty. Bitcoin will come back down and give you some entry, bro. If you're lucky. Appreciate that, Drizzle. Yeah, we'll be adding more educational shit as time goes too, but there's a good amount in there to sink your teeth into for now.
Oh, yeah, Dbloc won't message you first.
Yeah, definitely. If you get a message from me, just ignore that guy. Been pretty good, man. We haven't heard ever since we went to the unfortunately it took getting rid of the free section, but ever since we got rid of the free section, that scammer shit has kind of slowed down a lot. Bro, I was getting 2 or 3 people every day saying that they had fallen for that shit.
Yeah, I heard that one guy talking about it. It didn't sound good.
Oh, it sucks, bro. Nice, good job, Drizzle. Oh yeah. Take it easy, monster. Go rest that BBL. Oh, be back later. My bad. I read that shit completely wrong. What the hell happened to Dom? Why are you all the way down? No, Dom's still looking good. Let's hit that like button, guys. We got 109 people in here and 28 likes. Yeah, it will, Christy, eventually. That's the cycle. Yeah, drizzle in my quote unquote real life. Nah, not music. Visual art. Drew does music though. Drew and Emad. Actually a couple people in the chat. A couple people in Discord do music. So we need to open up like a gallery in the Discord. People can post their shit. Appreciate you, Sample. Yeah, we hit that 6K the other day. 7K on the way, baby. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't subbed up yet. Yeah, I'll cut the cam on in a second.
Yep.
Yo.
Did you keep it checked like I told you to?
Did what? Yeah, I know, Drizzle. I should be chopping up these streams, but I've been too busy trading, man. I'm like a trader first. This YouTube shit comes second. But in the bear market, I plan on going down that route. Yeah, just taking the live streams, chopping them up, making shorts, all that type of shit.
Could I have a drink, please? I don't know. I don't, unless there's something here.
You got an open mic, brother.
6K. Person golfing emoji. Love it. D thanks for all your will to Doge. Dog emoji.
Yeah, censorship is kind of ass right now. Drizzle everywhere. Well, Aiden Ross got screwed out of his Ethereum. I watched that live stream. The second, like, wow, we were watching that shit live. When they pulled out that little whiteboard behind and said, look, Aiden, you got, $6 million in Ethereum right now. What are you doing, bro? This is when ETH was down at 13 and everybody was saying ETH was dead. Remember? They came in there and they made him look like, they were like, bro, I can't believe you're sitting in ETH. It's just not doing anything. Dinosaur coin. You need to get into these shit coins that we're pumping. And then literally like a week or two after he sold, ETH started moving. He started moving. The second he bought those alts, he got rugged. His own community rugged him. I mean, he sat there online and said, I'm buying this coin right now. And the community was like, okay, thank you. Come again. Yeah, that was a setup. Listen, don't cry for Aiden. I live in Miami, trust me. He's all right. But yeah, it is crazy to see it happen. It just goes to show you, man, sometimes you're in the right trade, right? It's just not the right time. And if you lose conviction in that trade, the second you move the trade, you know? Problem is he had no conviction in ETH. He had a bunch of money. Somebody told him buy a bunch of ETH. He bought a bunch of ETH, and that's it. You know, there's no real conviction there. There's nothing to make you be like, nah, I know this is gonna do something because of A, B, C, or D. I don't know, DJ. I haven't ordered food yet. I don't know what the hell for dinner. What the hell? All right, let's go see how ETH is living. Such a weird value area. Right. And the value area. Gronek, in my opinion, it's possible, but it's not probable, right? So we try to invest in the probable and hedge against the possible. Right? Before 2 days ago, the probability was a drop with a possibility of a pump. Now, in my opinion, it's more probable that we pump from here. But we're still really close, right? We haven't had any hardcore confirmation on higher time frames. So we've got to slow play this. But if you wait to get that confirmation on the daily, then you're already going to miss out on the entries, right? So with safety comes a little bit of cost. And with higher appetite for risk comes a bigger ROI, basically. What we're waiting for confirmation that this dip is over is to get above these lower highs, right? Taking out these lower highs. We've already taken out 3 of them, 4 if you want to be technical. But we need to hold these levels. That's the one thing we haven't done. So it's not just taking the lower high, but it's taking the lower high and turning it into support. So even though we took 4 of the lower highs, we've only turned 1 of them into support for right now. right? Just imagine a line that goes all the way across from these lower highs. Once you start crawling over these lower highs, then you want to come back and hold that. Then now you've locked that one in. Then you come back to the next one, and then you hold that, and you've locked that one in. Right? That's that sustained move that we want to prove that all of these are basically invalidated already. But like I said, if you wait to see that, then you miss that entry and this entry and this entry. Yeah, yesterday was great. It's like you saw the entire market just exhale at once. What the hell did I have going on in this chart? Oh, this must have been like macro. I don't know what we were doing last time we were on this futures chart, but I was cooking. So weird. Right, that I was just working on. All right, we'll go back to our macro here on Bitcoin. So this is the big M pattern that was scaring everybody, right? So when we came down to that range, we were like, this is the only range that matters. Right? Dailies can come under, no weekly closes underneath, and we should be good. Basically tweeze it off of support. Now the goal here is to hold that. So remember our deviations. Get rid of this. Clear it up so we could see everything. Right, so remember, this is our range on the daily. We had our first deviation out of the range, comes down to the bottom. Another deviation as above, so below. Comes back in, another deviation up top. Another deviation below. But for this to be considered a deviation and not an actual breakout or a breakdown that's meant to go lower, we need to crawl back into this range. We've done it, but we need to hold it. And we hold support in the range, price will move towards the top of the range. And that's when we can sort of be a little bit more calm about it not breaking down, coming down further. So a couple days. Want to look at it on the 4-hour, right? We're underneath, trying to get back above. But for me, I just want to see some daily candle closes. Right? I need to see some daily opens and closes above this range. And this is our vector. This is what we were talking about. The 0.5 fib on the daily is a little bit higher than what we're looking for on lower time frames for the scalp. But on the daily, you can see we already mitigated 50% of that vector. On lower time frames, for the scalp that we're looking at, we were looking to maybe come down a little lower to like 114. But like I said, if we get above this 50, we're about to do the thing. Best case scenario right now for the daily is that in the next 3 hours, we close either right here or higher. And the next daily candle closes inside of the range or opens inside of the range and pushes. Just getting inside of this gray box, getting back inside of this gray box after holding support. That'll be what we need. Going on, high def. Now this is the low time frame sort of vector that we were looking at on just do it Bitcoin.
I was looking at the hourly. It looks good.
If you've been running this since the 5 minute, you got your stopping volume candle down here. That was either your entry or it was at least your heads up to start looking for that 1350 cross. You got your higher low. Broke the neckline and you broke your 13 and your 50. So far so good on the micro. What I like about this higher low fractal is how it broke and retested. But we've got to hold this 50 EMA. Drizzle, you got to open mic, brother. Let's see if that holds. Still got a tiny bit to go on that measured move. Within the margin of error, though. What we're looking for now is for this 1 minute, 5 minute higher low fractal to, excuse me, to fractal over into the 15, 30 minute, right? Which means a higher low of some sort. Right? Take that level of resistance that we've already tested as support and put in a lower high. I mean, a higher low, sorry. But that's future tripping. We've got to come down to that first for that to happen. But that's how price will like sustainably move up and out. Gonna get kids. Gotta be a little scary of these V shapes. That's the 800 EMA, Vikey. Yeah, what I would not want price to do here, even though it would be nice for a short-term bag, just to go like this and then just go whoop through all these liquidations without building any sort of support here. Because that means that our first rejection, we're going to take a deep correction if that happens. Let's baby step our way out of here. These candles are crazy. Uh, So 0.5 retracement for that move would be coming back to retest the top of that W. That would be perfect. 50% retracement would be classic. No, for me, a further decline isn't confirmed until you drop underneath your lows, which would be 14.5. Right? We're still in the process of putting in a higher low fractal here. Same way we did here, right? We popped up, came down, held support, broke, pushed level. So what we're looking for is price to find a higher low here. The failure to see that would be what confirms it for the drop. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Yeah, 100%. Groundix. Looking at the liquidation heat map will show you motivation. Okay, so if we look at our liquidations here on the 24-hour, refresh. So if you look at the 12-hour here, right? You see our hottest spot is underneath on licks. Okay, price moves towards liquidity. So yeah, when your hot spots are under, you give your bearish patterns more weight, right? Your hot spots are above, you give your bullish patterns sort of more weight. Like, think of it like a fish finder. Basically what we're looking at on the weekly. Smack dab in the middle, right? Plenty of buys to keep price from coming down. But these guys here are the guys who all went long underneath the pump. One of the things you have to be careful with, though, is at some point, one group of longs will eat for a long time, right? They'll get away with it. So they don't always get completely cleared. So what we're trying to see now is, are we holding enough support in these levels to go after that top and then, you know, end up pushing us with the FOMO through the 120s and all-time highs? If we look at our liquidity, this is that same area, right? Hold on, let me do it like this. So this is the same as this. So we're looking at, is there a possibility of not coming for this liquidity at the bottom? When you come and you look at the orders on the book, right, you'll see that the grid is set up here. So there's 222 Bitcoin, 182 Bitcoin, 169, 264. This is just on this exchange. If we go look at the aggregated, the 15-minute, all right? Same pattern, same move we're looking at. We're looking for is to see what the orders, right? So we've got 21 million, 18 million, 28 million. This is going to be this high volume node at 114.8, in my opinion, is what's going to decide. Because if we come down through this gap in the volume node, it's going to be pretty quick to like 113 too. And what number did we just say had to hold? Hold on. $114.8, right? $114.8 is your golden pocket and your 800 EMA. So you've got orders set all the way down from here to here. You've got your 800 EMA, your 0.5, your 50% of the fib. And you've got all of these guys defending their long positions. So chances of it holding and pushing away from here are pretty good. Not impossible for it to break, like I said, because if it does come down, where's my writing tool? Come on, Kiyotaka, where's all your shit at? Really? There you go. If this doesn't hold, right? If we come down, it'll be a pretty quick sort of move through be a pretty quick move through this range. Then that would bring us down to 113.1, which would give us new lows. So that's the playing field right now, right? This part, this section between your 382 and your golden pocket is where you want Bitcoin to catch. We come down under here, it gets kind of aggressive. Did you just tell me to put on the Bitcoin 145-minute chart? I have to do it now, you know that, right? Like, you've just goaded me with... A year from now, I'll be like, why do I have 145-minute added to my chart? And I won't remember. Funny so. Hey, whatever works for you guys. But just know that when you're on these esoteric time frames, you're the only one looking at it. So you can't take any edge off of what decisions other traders are making. Because there's no self-fulfilling prophecy when you're on an esoteric time frame. It's basically just the middle between the 2-hour and the 3-hour, though. Midpoint. One second, you need to go to the tick chart for that. Tick chart. Oh, I want to give it to me. So you give me the second, but you won't give me the tick chart? Hold on, maybe it's just because they don't have it for... I'm not about to go down a rabbit hole. Tick chart is crazy. Tick chart gives you a new candle for every tick. So when you get inside of a vector and it's 200% the tick volume of the last 10 candles, that chart goes parabolic. Look, market maker, if you're confused about what we need you to do, right? What we need you to do. Hey, everybody got a boss, okay? Not too much on Drew. Yeah, that shit is harder than trading, bro. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Give me a second, Limitless. Let's see if we can get this move here. Like no liquidations in this range at all. It's kind of weird. Yeah, that's what we're looking for, Brian. 0.5 maybe. The 800 EMA is sitting right at golden pocket though. But 0.5 would be a clean retest of that W, that fractal that we broke out of earlier. Okay, I see what we were looking at last time. Possibility of that cup and handle. Like it finished, well, not finished, but it looks like it ended up coming down for that vector we were worried about, though. That invalidation's already hit, right? So this isn't valid anymore. Now we just got to track the downtrend. It could still come for the rest of this vector, but I'll take the measurement right now. That looks like we hit exactly 50% of the range. So what was the vector? The vector was over here. Pretty clean hit. We'll see. That could be it, but it's got to build. You got to get above your 50, and you got to break that downtrend. Small time frames, it looks good, right? This is the stair stepping that we're sort of talking about. Taking out these lower highs and then turning them into support. And so this was your first lower high here. And so you're on the road to getting this back. You need to hold support here, pop up, and then come back and hold support on these lower highs. And that should be what squeezes you through. Yeah, I know that shit flopped, man. Those cyber checks were hot for a second, but you're good, bro. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't pull the trigger. So like they slow walked the launch, and I never got the call for my I guess my time in the line didn't come. And then in like 3 months there was like 7, 8, 9 of them in Miami already. So after a while it even lost the novelty. You know what I mean? Like that type of shit is cool if you get it first. But once you're like the third, like the 3,000th Cybertruck someone's seen on the road, it's like, man. I've always liked like future shit. To me, it just looked like futuristic. But the tech is why I would have got it more than anything, more than the look. It's cool tech. Damn, it sucks. That poor bullish trigger just sat here waiting. Still stands though. We get above that shit, it's gonna fly. Penguins managed to hold this bull flag that it's been in this whole time. Give me a second. I just haven't looked at this chart for a while, so I want to go back. We caught Pengu down here in its original W on this fallen knife. So, the breakout or not breakout is the question, right? Let me get this measured move down though. Well, that looks like a crazy measured move, but so did this one when I first drew it. That takes us right back to ATH. Now, we already mitigated this, so we can get rid of that. We gotta take this SR flip. So now the question is, do we have enough to break out on this? Or are we gonna take another trip down into this flag? We do have a vector down underneath us that hasn't been recovered. Where? Hold on. Let's see something. Oh, it's the 1618. All right. Yeah, I mean, I like it. On the daily, it looks really clean. We did avoid coming down to some of those vectors, right, by holding old support, which is decent. Crazy thing is, true ATH, which is why I put the bullish trigger right here. True all-time high is really where we're at now, right? 45.7. Like, this is just wick up here. Like, I know it got to 70 before, but for the most part, I mean, your real structure ends here, which is why we rejected off of it so hard. Right? But this is just a big cup. And this is the flag that goes to the handle. Right, so not financial advice, but the chart itself, what the chart is saying, like screw that it's Pengu, or we're not even talking about the project, but the chart itself, right, calls for a pretty big expanse if we can get above all-time high. That would probably be 6618. Somewhere between 6618, 5618. Like 10 cents, close, getting close to like a 10-cent pengu. Now, when you consider the project and the fact that they're sitting in Walmart stores and the fact that streamers that aren't even in freaking crypto have Pudgy Penguins in their rooms and shit in a Labubu era, this wouldn't be crazy. I'm holding from like down here. That would be, yeah, I mean, it'd be close to a 10x for me. If we got to a 6618. But I will be unloading, right? 4618, I'm taking some. 5618, I'm taking some. 3618, honestly, I might be taking some depending on where we are. Little reaction off the 382 here. I feel like they were hunting somebody. You can't even see it on the daily. Talk about indecision. Oh, perp. Yeah, I mean that's what happens, right? When you get a move like this on spot, and then you add leverage to that. You know what I mean? With that vector. Let's turn on, let's see, there's probably a sweep here. Where the dead bodies at? Yeah. Sweep and an overcorrection. I mean, not really. You basically cleared the books on perps. You know, the problem is now the next move. Right? So if the books are cleared from like 4283 to like 347, that means the next person that wants to sell, they decide to sell and they sell heavy on market, they're getting slippage down, which is probably what happened here. Right? You had a really thin order book. Somebody went to sell and their closest seller, I mean, somebody went to sell and their closest buyer was at 35. Yeah, see on the 1 minute, it's just a 1 minute candle. That's how you know it's just a single event. Yeah, in a way, yeah. 15 seconds. See how hard it is to actually find it. Okay, on the 15 second, you have 2 candles. You have the 1 candle that wicked. And then since the order book was empty on the way up, it also wicked back up. 5 second. Yeah, see. They definitely swept both sides right there. Nasty. Well, you could see it here, right? All of that shit got taken out. Right? Look at what happens when I turn off the liquidations that are the ones that already got liquidated. There's nothing left. Just clear. Yeah, I still think anything that hasn't gotten to its psychological high has the opportunity to do that. Remember we were looking at it the other day. That is an ugly chart. Oh, that's why it's on bluffing. Okay, I was wondering. Let's see if we can get above this 50 and hold. You guys that got in on the 5-minute scalp strategy, I know you've been clenched up pretty tight trying to see if that 13 EMA was going to cross. It came right down to the wire, but you're not out of hot water yet. But that's the fake out prevention that, you know, that strategy sort of offers you. This is good enough for a higher low, right? I would have wanted a deeper one just to really solidify this level as taken, but either way, it's good. Yeah, we do need to move out of here quickly after this if we're going to push, because the slower this move is, the more this is going to start to look like a bearish channel. Right? W patterns, when they break out slowly, they build bearish patterns right before they pop. And if they take too long to pop, then the bearishness from that bearish pattern starts to take hold. Right? Like we'd be looking at that. So if price breaks up, cool, but we need to get up into these liquidations. Because if we just start, you know, slowly climbing, then this will look more and more like a bearish channel. That's possible, Tariq. I think he means today's like that this is just like a dead cat bounce or something. Yesterday's pump was most definitely not fake. Yeah, I feel you. I would have liked to see a stopping volume candle, or at least some high volume pop in, some high regular volume pop in, to be a little more comfy about it. But like I said, your bullish momentum was never lost here. Your 13 EMA hasn't crossed the 50. If this comes down now, it will bring the 13 EMA with it, and you'll officially lock in bearish momentum on the 5-minute. But as of right now, momentum is still bullish. Woony, I see you over there creeping, bro. This will be our first, second, third, fourth attempt to get above our downtrend here. Watch the 13 EMA as this drags, because this will be what brings you underneath the 50. See, then market maker pops up. There's a lot of volume nodes here in between where we are and where we need to go before this gets ugly, though. Devs, do something. All right, we've just started calculating our psychological range, guys. This is important. Right, from now until 3 o'clock in the morning, market maker will be setting the psychological range that we respect for the rest of the week. We just saw 3 days ago how we saw every asset pop up to their psychological ranges. Right, psychological range for the week is important. Now, what's interesting is that we're pretty far away from where market maker likes to set the range, which is at CME close. Right? The point of setting the psychological ranges above CME is if they don't manage to close that CME gap during the week, the natural price movement of the mean reversion to the psychological range will help close that CME gap. So as of right now, market maker motivation is up. Whether they're able to do it, it's going to depend on how much will activity we still have, how much liquidity is around. But as far as market makers are concerned, getting up to CME gap before 3 in the morning would be ideal. Right? Makes their job for the next week easier. Gives us a hell of a range though on a CME on the psychological.
Can you go into more detail about why the psychological range is important?
So
what it is?
it's like a range in the chart that market makers agree on, because we have different sessions. So if all market makers just fought against each other, it would be a mess, right? Their motivations tend to align, and the psychological range is the the high and the low that you make on Saturday between 5 and 3 in the morning. Right, that basically gives a framework for the rest of the week to work off of. Last week, like I said, we were way below our psychological ranges, right? Because we had taken that dip, and within 2 days, we closed all of those gaps. So, market maker's job for the weekend traps. Go back to the last one. All right, you know what? This one's an even better one because this is so. Like I said, on Saturday, the weekend trap. The psychological range is set. Right. So Saturday we were inside of the weekend trap. We started setting our psychological ranges Saturday by 5 in the morning. So our psychological range last week was basically here. Right, the range that we're setting today. Now we came out, tested the top, came out. What happened when it came time to fill that CME gap? Right, because we left that CME gap way behind. That natural tendency the price has, well, I'd say natural, but it's, market maker influenced, to return to those psychological ranges made it easier for them to close CME gap. Right. So it's almost like an insurance policy that's taken out on CME gap being left behind. The goal for them is to make sure that the CME gap is closed as you're coming out of the weekend. But if they fail to do that, then the psychological range helps that happen. What happened here with us is on this weekend trap, we set our psychological range was Saturday, Sunday. So our psychological range here was about here, right? But we closed CME. We didn't leave a CME gap behind. What we did do is drop, right? But since our psychological range was right here, what we ended up coming back to. Right? So it's a mean reversion that happens every week. One of the main mean reversions that market maker follows. And it's currently being set.
Wait, how is that calculated now? Like the ranges?
Saturday at 5 until Saturday at 3 in the morning, the high and the low.
Oh, okay.
Get rid of this fib because it's bothering me. Yeah, we're super far from CME close. That would be a crazy move, Sean. That's why I was saying that would be one hell of a move, one hell of a range if they manage to get it up, but they will try to get it as close as possible.
What's going on, Dbloc?
Yo.
Hey, how do you turn the how do you turn the dead bodies off on the liquidation levels? I don't know what happened to mine. I guess I close
Right here. Hide filled levels.
let me see. Let me go back up.
Hide filled levels
Gotcha.
has to be checked on so that you don't see them.
Gotcha. Okay, I couldn't remember where it was. Okay. I had to go back and redo this. I don't know what happened to my indicator. Luckily, I had it saved. Okay. There you go.
Good afternoon, all.
What's going on, Rick?
Good afternoon, Rick.
Oh, just getting ready for work.
Look at that. 13
bit of
just
a-
bounced right off again.
A little bit of a pickup on the micro scale.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Sean, yeah, take a look. So Sean's asking, because remember we were saying the ability for market maker to hold that weekend trap will show that this sort of whale market maker war is coming to an end. Well, they failed, so he asked, did we get attacked? Look at the 1 minute here. Let me turn all of this shit off if it was necessary. Look at the 1 minute here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 manipulation X's. Remember I told you after 4 manipulation X's, that 4X play, whale exhaustion, you get a bit of a relief. The reason that that's important is like if you're underwater, right? If you get caught in this sort of dip and you see those 4X's and you're panicking and thinking, oh, it's time to sell, sometimes it's better to just sit on your hands a little bit because you're going to get a bit of a turn, even though it doesn't stop the dip, right? It's just they have to recover the funds. Right? They tried to drop. We're unsuccessful dropping lower. So you have that relief. And then it starts again. 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x. A little bit of a relief. 5x. And we haven't seen them jump in again till just here recently. The play's momentum still. Right? If market maker's not fully in control, we trade momentum. Right? Whales will show their hands through momentum. Market maker shows his hands through liquidity and vector imbalances.
Nice.
No, I don't think that Wells are necessarily trying to drop price back underneath. I think Wells got great entries, and they made a shit ton of money because they've been DCAing into this drop since, right? I think what this is an attempt to get that higher low. That's all. Right? Like they don't want to sit here and go sideways. They want to come down and establish that higher low so that they can add more to their positions. I don't think the intent is to bring it back down underneath. I think the intent is no, we're running this shit. We created this W and we now wanna load it back up. We'll see, because if that's the case, then they should let off the brakes now. And price should be allowed to rise from this point if they're done.
You would just think they'll come back more into this vector zone down here, man. When it's all said and done, get a little bit more of it.
What's interesting about that vector is this whole time we've sort of been complaining about whales being in charge instead of market maker, right? But for that specific vector, I'm kind of glad that whales are in charge because they don't care. They really could
True,
care
true.
less that market maker has orders set down here. If they're happy with that entry and they're happy with accumulating again at this level, then this is just going to remain, you know what I mean? The market maker is going to have to take that one on the chin. If market maker was in control right now, then I'd be like, okay, he's probably going to come grab that whole thing. But right now, remember, we're on algos, right? So this isn't like conscious market maker thought. These are algos that are set to support price in the direction of CME close. And then now we're setting our psychological ranges, so that also adds to it. But that's why it's easy for them to overwhelm. There wasn't a whole lot of money that it took to make this dip. The difference is that it happened while market makers were on algos instead of on duty. Yeah, definitely like and subscribe, guys. Let's get those likes over 100. We got 178 viewers and 80 likes. That's like a downtrend.
Y'all taking a piss.
So what were you saying again about the psychological high and low?
That we just started setting them now. Usually market maker likes to set these as close to CME as possible, so we'll see if that gives added motivation up.
Right now, CMA closes above the price, right?
Yeah, way above 116.9 basically. Well, way above for a psychological, you know, your psychological ranges usually aren't that wide. We've had a couple of them lately that were caught in like dips and pumps, but typically that would be an abnormally large one.
What's for dinner tonight, Dbloc?
That's a good question.
I don't want to stretch you out too much to think about it now.
Nah, you must have hurt my stomach. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out right now, though.
Are you gonna try to play a swing to trade back up into that level, Dbloc, or are you just leaving it alone right now?
Yeah, I'm already in on the bottom. So what I was really playing more than anything was this inverse head and shoulders that I was looking at last night before I went to sleep. I was like, if we catch, I'll pick some out. It's kind of too pretty not to. But yeah, it does help that this helps my trade, in my opinion, that the psychological range is kicking in now. They really did nasty work on the way down there, though. The reason that I say that it didn't take as much money as it did last time, because last time on these attacks down here, right, like some of them were big enough to pop up on the 5 minutes at the bottoms, like when they really swung, right? Right there, right there. Those two right there. right? So they were really swinging for lower prices here. And then all of a sudden, it just stops. No more attempts to manipulate price big enough to pop up X's on the 5-minute, which is what makes me think that maybe this was the target, right? We had been looking at all-time high. That 112 was pretty strong support. This is just, in my opinion, jockeying for position to get that low price before what probably was could have been obvious to some people, man. I don't know. Me personally, like, if you want to like a sort of window into my brain of how I've been feeling last week, I need to step my research up, because looking at this chart tells me that there was a large amount of people who understood that this speech was going to be bullish. I didn't get that. For me, it was really 50-50, which tells me that I'm missing a data point, or there's something that I wasn't paying attention to, or something I wasn't focused on, and that shit bothers the hell out of me, yo. I gotta be 100% honest with you.
All right, well, listen.
I think
Crypto
what you
Bick
were
was
throwing
saying
out
that
was
he was saying that the speech gets printed and released before he even starts speaking.
Yeah, but
Like,
we saw it like on the day of. It's pretty much leaked. Like, as soon as you get up, you know whether it's gonna be bullish or not. But for a week before, we saw them sort of jockeying for position, right? So I feel like there's more. It's just the sub data, right? It's the data that goes into the data that gets calculated and averaged and then passed to the Fed. Just
You
like
feel
any,
like you should have caught that a little bit
I
more,
should have
like
been
the whole.
deeper. I should have been deeper into
I
the
hear you.
numbers.
I hear you on that. Yeah.
I mean, even though we were looking for price to go up and we made an amazing
Yes.
call that night, but
Uh-huh.
still, me personally, I feel like I needed digging a little deeper when it comes to
I
that.
got you.
It's like Forex, right? Like, when you're trading crypto, like if you're trading alts, you need to know what Ethereum is doing. You need to know what Bitcoin is doing. If you want to know what Bitcoin is doing, then you need to know what the Dixie's doing and what Legacy is doing. If you want to know what,
Yeah.
But with Forex, it's like it gets a lot deeper. It's like you're going into weather patterns and migration patterns, and so there's always a level deeper that you can go, and the
You traded
deeper,
Forex?
yeah, the deeper you're
Okay.
willing to go, the further along the edge you're gonna be, right? The earlier you're gonna be. But no, we called the hell out of that shit that night. I mean, it was super middle of the night. Higher TA, look at this. I told y'all, whenever I start doing TA with markers, bro, that's a problem.
It should peak. Time to go to bed, dog.
What the hell is it though?
Yeah, my homie went down to Miami last night. He's gonna head on over to Puerto Rico from there.
Nice.
Plan on being in Puerto Rico next summer for the World Baseball Championship.
All right, so look, check it out. This is what we got. And that's the price action we got. And that was the TA. Whether he said something good or he said something bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm mistaken. I believe we even trapped in that area, but yeah, we obviously came down a little bit lower.
Was Powell really that damn bullish on that in that
It's not that he
speech?
was bullish; it's that he was not bearish. Honestly,
And would
more.
you say he was more neutral, slight dovish?
He was dovish, yeah. He was
but not like over like crazy or
He was like,
bad.
the tone was that he was optimistic about the future. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that optimism is what, yeah.
True. I did say something
feel
a day before, like let's get that the optimistic Jerome Powell up on the stage, and I guess that's what it was.
I feel for the most part he's holding the course. Like, how different is this language from this speech from what we've been getting anyway? You know, like why is it? It's not a huge deviation. It's not like he's like done a 180 on anything.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
it
I hear
was
you on
He's
that,
it
Rick.
just
was the lack of
Mm.
concern, I think, that
Yeah, he wasn't.
it was like,
Yeah, there was no panic.
we know what's happening, we see it. I finally saw the numbers. Everybody else is panicked about PPI. We still have the tools to address it. We haven't fired all of our ammo, which is why it's good.
Yeah.
Why that you don't do that,
Yeah.
right? Because now you can actually do
Right.
something.
It was like a more
Yep.
reassurance, like
Exactly.
just
Yeah,
tell all the
reassurance
kids
is
it's
very
okay.
major.
It's okay,
It's
Very,
kids.
very
It's all right.
it's as though the market was like, oh crap, Jackson Hole's coming up. He's gonna come out swinging, like because of the bad PPI and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gonna be really bad. It's gonna be a car crash, right? And then, it's business
okay.
as usual.
Yeah,
It's
it's
okay.
okay.
It's not so
You're right.
bad. So that was, phew, crisis averted kind of thing.
That's good.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
that's how I
important,
see it.
though. Like in the end, if you reprice it one way and you reprice it another way, that's volatility, right? The market still needs to move.
Mm.
So if
Yeah.
people thought it was going one way, they're going to reprice it one way. If it thinks it's going another way, it has to reprice another way.
Yeah.
And we moved where are we now, right? Compared to where we were 24 hours ago, maybe 36 hours ago. It's pretty major.
Man, like Joseph.
Mm.
I know you
No
having a
need for it,
fun,
man.
good day.
Yeah, I've been doing all right, bruv. Do you know what I mean? I was out here.
Yes,
Completely
sir.
random, handful of nuts. Pause. Do you know what I mean? Like
Handful
the
is
Turkish
crazy.
lady who listen, the Turkish lady who works at the restaurant close by to me. I saw her after hours. She's walking on the road. I said to her hi. I see her all the time in the shop. Now she was like, "Oh hi." She eating some nuts, so she just grabbed a handful of nuts, dropped it in my hands, walked off, and said bye, and that was that. So
Super random act of kindness.
listen, you gotta accept it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
man.
Nice
Hey.
people out there.
I missed all that. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's something. Okay, we're actually below the trap, so we got to float up to that at some point.
I knew Thomas Frank was going to be the one for y'all.
Tommy,
I knew it, dude. Balance. He's balanced, man.
He's looking good. He's definitely looking good. So Man City, we're their bogey team. They don't do well versus us at all. So
Y'all bully them boys. Just straight.
yeah, we was
Straight
very
pump them.
comfortable.
Just pump them boys every time. I swear. These days.
100%. We were very comfortable. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. But yeah, we was looking good.
So
For
far, so
me,
good.
it's when Champions League hits and we've got more games per week. That's when I really know that's the real test for me.
So far, so good, though.
No, 100%, 100%. What about you guys? I actually haven't checked.
We got Fulham tomorrow. I'm anticipating a bopping off the pitch tomorrow. Better.
Yeah, you man should handle them.
Shit, we ain't lost at Craven Cottage since 2009. So
Really?
yeah, that's a crazy ass stat. I was like, yo, for real? All right, I'll see it. Yeah, so we hold our own at Craven Cottage.
Yeah, you should be fine then.
That's what I'm saying. I need minimum 3 goals.
Yeah, I heard Arsenal won 5-0 or something like that. Something crazy.
Yeah. Oh man, like Glockerez, he got his little brace.
Fair. Oh shit, it actually was. Yeah, brace. Let me check the replay.
We ain't gonna get too deep in here. You know, the fellas won't get on here. I ain't gonna
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want to hear about Peyton Manning, and I hear it, man. You know
They
what I
don't
mean?
want to hear that shit.
Want to hear about Tom Brady and that. You know?
Nah, they don't want to hear about no sports on here, man.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No, I respect that. I
I was
respect
about to
that.
say, did I switch stations? Like, I've gone onto the sports channel.
Nah, keep it on brand. Keep it on brand. I can respect that.
I was watching finance.
It's all
Now
good.
it's like, okay, I'm moving on to sport.
It's all good, Jay. You know, even we know we're gonna have our nights where it's gonna get mad quiet up in this room.
Yeah.
Yeah. It does get quite
Till
sometimes.
then, like, keep it on brand. Sports is for the bear market.
There you go.
Sports. I've got a customer that calls me sport. Hey, you going to sport?
For real, right?
Yeah. I'm like, dude, I'm 36.
My man said,
I'm
"Good
not
job, sport."
I'm too old for this shit. Nah, 36 is all right. Well, I guess professional sports, by the age of 36, you'd be retiring for sure.
Yeah,
Depending on the sport, though.
yeah.
If you're playing golf, you can do that till you're old as.
Yes, sir.
Old as hell.
We're about the same age then. Rick.
There you go.
Mm.
Yeah, I was born in the 80s. I'm an 80s baby.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The
Arguably
tail
the
end
greatest
of the
decade.
80s.
It's arguably the greatest decade, but you know, there's some contention.
Yeah.
80s,
I mean,
90s.
I was alive in the last couple of years of the 80s, had no consciousness of what the 80s was like, though, obviously, being 2 years old.
True. Yeah.
But the 90s, though, very familiar with the 90s.
Mm.
Yeah, 90s are just, 90s are awesome, man.
Yeah.
Sure.
Imagine being like involved in the stock market in the 90s.
Yeah,
during
I've been
like
like
all of the
7 years
dot-com.
old trading options.
Yeah, that decade rally that happened in the stock market, like from late 80s to like the year 2000 when everything crashed, .com crash. That would have been a good run.
I was like about 12, 12, 13 when that happened. I was born in 87.
Oh, 87. Yeah. Oh, so we're all about the same.
April
gen.
baby.
Yeah.
Diamonds are forever.
There you go. I'm 88. I'm bicentennial.
88 is one.
In Australia, they say bicentennial because it's like, I think, was it 1788? I don't know. Someone landed in Australia. I think with the British or something like that. I did my history's really bad on my own country. I need to like brush up. But yeah, 88. They call it bicentennial.
I tell you what, I mean, the yuppie generation had it great. So that's like 80s into the 90s. And that was like, you know, when the sort of 20 somethings were just into trading and investment sort of in that era.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some good times, man. Like,
Again, dude, there was the 8th of August, 1988. So 8888.
oh shit.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
8 all over the place.
I think for sure, like, I mean, I still maintain this is probably the best time to ever attempt to make money, you know, but regardless, there were like some great opportunities at multiple times for the last couple of decades.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
shit, we had one with COVID.
I think there's always
That was
going
just a
to
couple
be
years ago.
something.
You know?
There's always going to be something moving, man. Like money
there's
just does not stagnate. Yeah, it doesn't go just
never a
flat.
bad time to get in, right, Rick? There's never a bad time to get into the market.
Yeah, I mean there are more optimal times, but yeah,
true.
You can optimize. Yeah, you don't have to be so blunt and just go, "I'll get in wherever." But some people do that. Michael Saylor, case in point.
Yeah, you just might have to hold on a little bit longer, you know,
Yeah,
to see some proper gains, but
that's it, because he's got, his time horizon's decades and decades long, rather than just like cyclical.
depends on your time horizon. Yeah, when you're getting in.
That's
Yeah,
it. Like
true.
what your goals are with it. Like,
True.
see, I have sort of like, I guess, obviously lifestyle, but house, car, get get off the need to be working a 9 to 5 like a job.
Hmm.
Those are my goals. My goals aren't like, oh, I'm in it for the tech or anything like that. I think the tech's great. It's exciting and innovative and all
I'm
that.
right there
But
with you, Rick. I'm right there with you.
I'm not trying to. I don't have enough money to be like support, like in it for the cause anyway. Like if I was a philanthropist, like a like a Bill Gates level wealth, then yeah, you have an effect. You can have an impact on like keeping things afloat, lifting the market up, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you're a little guy, you got to look after yourself first. You have to, yeah. So everyone's got different goals. And it's cool if you just want to go out and buy a car or something with it. That's fine.
Yeah. My main
But the
goal
cool
is not
thing is it'll open your eyes. If you buy a car off one cycle, you're like, oh wow, that was kind of quick. This car cost 80,000 or 100,000, whatever it is.
hmm
And you're like, shit, now you're woken up
Yep.
to investing. And it's like, okay, it's not just specific to crypto either. People have been investing for centuries. That's how you really grow wealth, That's how
Yeah.
the rich get
My
rich.
main goal is not to be like my old man who worked his ass
Mm.
off since he was 16 and
Oh,
he ain't got nothing
and
to show
saved?
for it now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep. All of it just
Yeah.
I don't want to be like my old
Investment is the
man.
way. Yeah, me either. Well, on a
15 years from
my
now, I want to say I can chill out and go do what I want, and
yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, like, it's in the end, have we ever been in the market this liquid? The answer's like probably no, right? Well, the answer is
Yeah,
no,
it's pretty.
right?
Yeah, dude. And like 24/7 access. You can be anywhere. You can be anyone. No one's telling you no. There's no like, oh, you need a
Yep.
degree, you need this, you need that. So
Yep.
the barrier for entry is nice and low.
Yeah.
It means, yeah, the access is quite easy. Like you got people in third world countries involved in crypto. Like that's how accessible it is,
hmm
which is
100%.
awesome. Yeah,
Banking the unbanked. It's been
that's
a
right.
narrative for like some time, and it's definitely come to fruition over the years.
Yeah. So it is a very unique market. I don't think the world's ever seen anything like it as far as markets go. Every other
sure.
market has been gate kept and higher barrier for entry, and you have to be rich to play this game, And now we get to play their game. Kind of cool.
So one of the few times you could ever say we're in before the big boys were, to a degree.
Yeah,
You know,
that too.
when can you really
Yeah.
ever say that about any of this stuff out here over the decades? Like they always in first.
Oh yeah. Exactly.
You might
Well,
not
for
be.
sure, because like they got handcuffed by regulation, right?
Yep.
So yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I guess their own rules playing it back
or
against
even
them
like-
a little bit, right? You could say.
No, 100%. I've
Mhm.
spoken to like to bankers, to investment bankers, and they said like we'd love the tech, but we just couldn't touch it.
Yep.
And that was like as maybe a year and a half ago. You know what I mean? So definitely
think about how much of TradFi doesn't understand it fully enough yet to be bullish on it. You know what I mean? Like they're still scared of it because they don't know it.
Yeah.
It's like your Warren Buffett style of like mindset about it. Oh, I don't understand it. I'm not going to touch it. Well, learn it, dude.
Yeah. I
when
do.
more people start waking up to it, learning it.
Yeah, I am of the belief that I think Warren Buffett. I mean, some people will say, right, you'll get some boomers, maybe the Clives of the world, right, who'll be like, the guy was at the right place at the right time. Not to say specifically he's saying that, but people of that age group. But I actually kind of think that a lot of the time those guys have a good understanding of it, but will they jump in at this time? With the amount of regulation we have now, right? Maybe this, let's say like circa 2018. With the amount of regulation we had that time, I'd say no. right? But then if you bring it forward to now, where we've got the amount that we have, will he say it publicly? No, but will he have it somewhere on some kind of balance sheet or some kind of, will he buy it on some wallet somewhere? I think he probably has some. But it's just a question of when you're going to actually sort of publicly say, oh, this thing's not so bad, right? Kind of the same way you got like BlackRock and all these others, right? Like, will they say that they have it now? Like, sure, they'll say it now. But years ago, they would have said, oh, this thing's trash. Like, it's a scam. And all the while, they'd be quietly sort of accumulating some, So, I don't know. I always do think that these guys are a bit smarter than they let on. But at the same time, you might be right. Maybe they are just idiots, but not even idiots, but that they're just very happy making money how they've always been making money. And why would they change that if they've always been making money? Which I think is, fair to point out, right? So when you say like just learn it, like I think that's a fair thing to bring up.
Hey yo, dominance is dropping. ETH is pumping.
Where's
That's
that
a very nice pot from Eve.
58.21. We
She's
trying to make some
alive.
new lows
She's got a
on
heartbeat.
dominance.
Yeah, no, she's moving pretty quick.
Yep, we're about to make some new lows on dominance. Maybe. Looking like it though. Got ETH BTCs in the green.
Beautiful setup.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Also, if you take a look at VPVR, it's filling up pretty much across the board for Bitcoin, which is good. Freedom of movement.
Yeah, ETH get nice little pop. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oof. go, Biddy.
Got a little green.
We got a
Oh,
little grain.
a little bit of Bitcoin or Bitcoin. Bid
Let's
and
get this
ask.
party started, man. Saturday.
Let's bid it up. Bid it all the way up.
Hey yo.
It is Bitcoin.
Let's put that psychological high at 1,135.
Yeah. Put your order in for Christmas. $180,000 Bitcoin sale.
Mm.
Wouldn't that be great? Around December.
Is that a number that you have personally, Rick? Like in your mind?
Well,
Like
I
as
was
like a blow off
targeting
top kind of thing?
like I was thinking 220.
Okay.
To be honest, that was my sort of. But that's just sort of like based off trend, like some trend lines that I was analyzing, and this was back like last year. I was sort of playing around with some logarithmic macro trend lines and just sort of finding where it naturally kind of falls with like the arc that the entire Bitcoin price history has been making, in tune with timing as well. Like, so yeah, like a price arc with previous highs matched up with the timing of the cycles, like the cycle schedule that we've been getting. So I came out with around, yeah, it's like 2 to 220, something like that. We'll see. That's very ambitious, I understand. Like that's my like very bullish outcome case. My more realistic target, yeah, like 150, and then my bearish one would be like 130, 140, which we've kind of almost already hit. We're getting there. We're not too far off getting a 130.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even up around these ranges, I've been thinking like, hey, is this it? Is this the top for Bitcoin? But I've had
Yeah.
that little feeling like, did we top out already? And we just gonna do the dance up in here for a bit with altcoins do their thing, but
Yeah. I mean,
I,
there's always a chance.
you know,
Like,
I don't know.
you got to be open to because it's possible. I don't feel like it's probable though. Like, obviously, there's always a possibility that it could be in. Because there's things that might happen, next month or next week that we don't know what's coming. And that's the nature of a black swan, is that no one sees it coming
Never
before
know
it
when one
comes. Like,
takes
you
off.
can't.
Yep.
Yeah.
Never know when one takes off.
Yeah. Something that can't be anticipated. In a way. With the COVID crash, like, I guess we call that a black swan. However, if you had a very suspicious and speculative mind, you would have said, "Oh, there's an outbreak that has crossed to another country that started in China. It started getting into the US and now Italy. Oh, this is getting bad. And then you can sort of start theorizing that, oh, this is going to cause like a lot of upset, and if it spreads and whatever. But yeah, you have to have that kind of doomsday mindset in a way to expect those negative outcomes. But yeah, I don't know. I'm always optimistic though. That's the problem and it gets me in trouble sometimes because it's like I don't pivot off like when things go negative. I'm like, oh, give it a chance. It'll come good. Yeah. Yeah. But one thing I want to get better at is taking profit into strength rather than waiting for it to come back and then sell into like weakness as it's falling, where the market forces my hand to sell rather than me choosing where to sell. So much better if you choose, you feel like way better about it, I think. Even if the price does go up further, I know that Dbloc's expressed this mindset is like, you got to be comfortable with that. Like, you know, you got your sale, it's profit, so it's not bad. You're just feeling the greed of wanting more out of it because it
Yes.
went
Yep.
up a little more, you know? That's just greed. So don't let the greed. I would rather feel the, like, when I weigh it up, I would rather feel the, like, the frustration of missing the last 15%, 20% push off something than the pain of having to capitulate and tap out on the ugly side of a trend and walk back what could have been really nice profit. Like, I
Yep.
hate that. It's nothing worse than that. So it's an easy choice now. It's like, okay, well, when it's looking good and you're taking screenshots of it and you're sharing it and it's everyone's euphoric, take profit, man. Just take profit.
Yeah.
Even if it's partial profit. Like, if you're unsure, 50-50 is a good way to start, because it's like, okay, I'm unsure, and you're half in, half out. It's a good average. Like, what's a better, fairer average than 50-50? Like,
And that's gonna be
yeah,
very personal to each person. And
yeah, oh
I
yeah,
think that's a big
yeah.
part
Not
about
financial advice.
just like trading
Mm,
and investing, like especially maybe like swing trading and whatnot, but it really um
yeah,
it really does expose things of your own self to your own self. Like
yeah,
what do you really want? You know, like you gotta ask yourself this stuff. Like what do you really want out of this whole deal?
yeah. That's it.
Truly.
That's it.
And it's not you saying
Mm.
this to anybody else, it's to your own self. So you're chatting to your own self about this. So
Mm. An issue, like, I'm going to use XRP as an example because it's what I've been trading into and
yeah.
out of this
Yeah.
year, this bull market. And there has been, like, a lot of walk back pumps, like pumps that go up and then come right back to where they started the pump from, and moments like that. And it's like, okay, I'm trading on leverage. I've gotten into great entries for it, and I've seen the pump, and then I've had to see half of what could have been good profits slip back through my fingers because I was being greedy, expecting my, and I still have the target. I still think that XRP can go $4 and beyond this cycle, but, like, yeah, like the psychology, the swings that happen, the volatility, the journey between that is frustrating. Like, and it's seeing things go into really nice profit and then all the way back down to nothing or under multiple times really gets to you, like, gets in your head.
Yeah, I bet.
So it's like, if you want that, yeah, if you want that entry from down there and see it go all the way up to its prime in the bull market, you do have to see like a lot of rise and fall in your unrealized P&L, you know? So it's like, shit. It's, yeah, it is. It's like a patience game in that sense. But I think this bull market in particular has rewarded people to swing trade more rather than wait for the whole cycle play. Like, for one trade, like one position, one trade, you know, waiting for the perfect top or the, you know, the ultimate top or whatever.
They've been
It's,
giving us
yeah,
ranges the whole way up to
yeah,
trade in for like weeks and even months.
exactly. Yep. So you may, like, in that instance, it's like, okay, well, you may as well capitalize on the swings while they're, you know, being thrown at us for months on end, rather than sit around watching things go up and down when you could have locked in some of that gain
Which
and
you
just bought in
if
again
you
on the dip.
yeah, if
Yeah.
you really like out here, with the sniper, it's like you can
Yeah,
really
yeah.
accumulate your on your way up because, dude, if they're going to
Mm.
do this next cycle go around, like hit us with these
Yeah.
ranges and then pop up and hit us with
Mm.
these ranges and then, dude, you can really accumulate some coins uh by swing trading in those ranges and then buying your spot on the bottom sides, if you want to play with leverage, you could really make a useful combo.
Definitely,
I wonder if they're.
definitely.
That's something to look for. Are we going to have this range trading then popping up? Breaking out and then range trading and then breaking out. I wonder if they're going to do this next go around.
Yeah, man. I think the next bull market's going to be possibly different, just in the sense that the US economy has been tight. Not only US, but like probably other countries too. Like other major economies have been definitely not strong. Like definitely not in a growth and expansion phase. You know, if you look at the global economy, it's still licking its wounds from the pandemic. Really,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
still like leveling back out again
yeah.
and paying for all the credit that we just created out of thin air. We're still like copping all of the like the lash. What do you call it? Like the recoil of that. It's still, yeah. There's still ripples, but it's so. I think we're over the worst of it. I think as far as recovery is, you know, getting back to status quo of the economy. That's my thought. I think, yeah. I think things are heading in the right direction, at least. Like, I mean, US inflation's a pretty big marker of that, because I mean, you guys are one of, if not the biggest economies on the planet.
Yeah, yeah.
And what's going on in the US is the most important marker for crypto, like as a headwind. Like,
Well,
you know, you can look
and us
for
and us on like a consumer, just on a consumer base,
yeah,
like
yeah, exactly. You guys are the biggest
buying
customer base on the
buying
planet.
needless
Yeah.
needless things. Like
Yep.
I see it every day.
100%. Yep. Hey, if I go quiet, it's because a customer walked in and I'm serving them, so
Are you good?
don't mind me. It's good. What's more valuable than any money that you think you made in this bull market? Like the know-how is what
Oh,
I think is
dude.
way more valuable than
Yeah,
that. Any profit.
I'm starting to bet. Yeah, I'm having periods of late where it's just like I'm thinking about when I started versus now. Seeing the past probably I would say 6-8 months here. Um, yeah, it really turned this year into out of 2024 into 2025. Yeah, the skill and and just knowledge, just learning. So yeah, yeah, I paid for it. I've paid for it.
Yeah.
I've
Oh,
lost money,
yeah.
just like lose money on this, and I
Oh,
paid
yeah.
for it.
It's yes. Me too, dude. Me too.
So
Definitely
treating,
paid. I
I'm
feel
able
like
to,
I've
I'm able
definitely
to treat it
earned.
different now, way different. I'm able to treat it way different now than that, 2
Yeah,
3 years ago.
definitely. It's leverage also. Like if you get into the derivatives market with leverage, you may think that you're getting away with it and that you're being safe and all that, but it lulls you into this false sense of security, and before you know it, like the market will shift, and if you're not with it, if you don't have a like risk management, it does a lot of damage. And also, yeah, that false sense of security, like when you get your confidence up because you've been making profits, it's at least it did this with me, is that I went a little riskier, thinking, oh, maybe I can get away with a bit. And then before you know it, one mistake does a fair amount of damage when you're playing it riskier like that. So yeah, it's a slippery slope, the old leverage and futures. I think some people have just a better natural ability for it.
True,
Like
it's
I
definitely
think
not for
there's definitely
everybody. For
no,
sure.
yeah. Like if you're like an emotional trader, like I am emotional, like I'm that's like I get greedy, I get fearful, and it can feed in like it'll creep into your decision making if you're not careful. And yeah. And then you get like angry, like the anger, like when you make a lot, like when there's a loss, you get
Yeah,
in that
that
mindset of
revenge
trying to
trading.
revenge. Yep, exactly. The frustration, like, I'm down to my last whatever. I'm just gonna go 10x or 20x or
Yeah.
go riskier in aggression to make it back. And yeah, it's a quick way to burn out, I think. But spot, no, I do look forward to building in this bear market whenever it comes.
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
when it's gonna happen, but yeah, like being really serious about it and not just dabbling into things with a couple of hundred. Like I'm talking, yeah, like a real good effort into spot investment of Bitcoin. I'm gonna choose Bitcoin. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Like it's not about like I'm not looking, oh, what's gonna give me the best performance? What's the best bang? I want confidence. I want something that of high confidence,
Exactly.
you know? And
More of a
Bitcoin
probability,
does that.
yeah,
Mm,
it's way more, yeah, it's a probability
yeah.
thing. Just like
And
you said, like and the markets
yeah.
want confidence anyways. Sure,
Yeah.
more almost a sure thing.
Yeah. Like as
Shit,
close to
it's been a sure
certainty.
thing. It's been a sure thing for years
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Like I mean, obviously there's no absolute certainty with anything, but
Exactly. Yeah.
if you can get as close as possible as you can. You
Right
know?
now in our lives, yeah. Now 50, 60 years down the road,
Yeah.
who knows? But whatever. But
Yeah, that's it.
right
That's
now,
it.
yeah, it's a
So it's like, okay, I'm not going to get the mad like triple digit performance out of Bitcoin. So I'll invest heavier into it than I would anything else to make up for that lack of performance versus when you're comparing it to say things like, altcoins that will do bigger moves, but it takes forever for them to do it.
yeah.
Like you're sitting in it for 6 years and it's like, oh wow, it finally did the move. And it's like you're either in it for the 1 week that it pumps or whatever it is, a month, or you're coming in late halfway up the move and risking like getting in halfway up, Like it's risky. It gets risky when you go up, when you come in late to it. So
But the
yeah,
whole
just
the
gotta
TA side of it is you can
mm,
play that move a lot longer down the line, so you don't have to wait as long
yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yep, exactly. So you
on the
may as
time
well play.
basis. Net like what we know, yeah,
Yep.
we've been learning like the time basis of how this is now. If they deviate off the 4 year cycle, then that's what they do. We
Mm.
gotta back to the drawing board, But
See, have you noticed how gentle it's been and how much time it's afforded people to transition from Bitcoin into Ethereum now? Like you haven't really missed the boat. Like, and there was plenty of time to jump across to Ethereum as it started picking up off the floor. Like it's been weeks of like where this shift is still happening,
you
Bitcoin's
know,
still strong, but
mhm,
yeah, it
I
gives you
was
time.
just looking at where ETH BTC is and where ETH the USD valuation is. It's like, yo, we're at like all time highs, and you look at the pair, it's just like we got so much more room to go up on the pair. As far
Definitely.
as strength wise, it's like, and we're already at the USD value. We're already at like all time highs, which is pretty nutty. When you go look at ETH
Mm.
BTC chart in relation where we are at on the USD price, it's like, see a 10,000, easy 8, 10,000 Ethereum this go around.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Think big sometimes.
7,500, I think, is a safe-ish number to play. I
Yeah,
really want to start playing, taking some profit.
yeah, it's think big has been the mindset
Hey,
for all markets.
do you ever check any coins? I know you play XRP. I've been hearing you for a while now as far as XRP, but do you
Mm.
ever check any other coins to XRP as far as a pair?
Oh, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yeah, you good?
All right, I'm back. 2 customers in a row. 3. Yeah, man. So XRP, keeping an eye on that. ETH, man, I had it really did a number on me because I was like, nah, ETH is cooked. ETH is done. Like the way it dipped down and just I was like, what the hell? This is supposed to be a bull market. What's Ethereum? What the hell's Ethereum doing? And the people that had conviction and bought that dip, damn, did it pay off for them. So yeah, I didn't see that coming. Yeah. It reminds me of the way Bitcoin did that last bull market. It did that dip from 65,000 all the way down to 30, which made it look like the bear market was starting essentially. And then all of a sudden, bam, it rallies hard and goes up to 69,000 eventually. So that's kind of what Ethereum has done this bull market. Like it started looking pretty and then it sold off like real bad out of nowhere. And then before you know it, you're back right up, V shape, all-time high. So I don't know. That caught me off guard both times, Bitcoin and Ethereum in that regard. But yeah, anything that's got an ETF approval coming up is what I'm bullish on at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's it's fun to speculate on the memes and all that, but as far as like serious money, like investment, I wouldn't be going too heavy just because of the risk factor or the fact that it might not move, as big as you want it.
Mhm. All right. What we gonna do, ETH?
What's going on, team?
Yo, yo.
Yo, yo.
Y'all up to?
Watch some highlights.
And chilling.
Yo, H, you're kind of running that joke into the ground. Saying.
Oh, what time is it? 8, just past 8. Yep, 8:25.
It's nice and cold in the office right now.
I'm all in. Let's go. Dbloc got open mic.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, look at this, man. Yo, Solana got more volume than Ethereum and Bitcoin. Actually, not anymore, but it did earlier today on Coinbase. I was pretty impressed. But it looks like Ethereum and Solana are pushing.
So will we be looking for like a 3-day up coming into the new week, Dbloc?
I'm looking for shit. We're looking to get back into that weekend trap first and foremost.
Yeah.
As of now, we haven't done a whole hell of a lot.
What if this Ethereum just curls up off this bull flag right now and gets a little crazy again?
Cool.
That's what I'm saying.
How'd you say Drew will be proud of me, Tim? Oh, because I'm standing. I go stand in dust sometimes.
Oh yeah, you got the setup on. Just turn on the YouTube. Yeah, you gotta raise up the desk a little bit though if you're standing. It's a little.
Nah, I've got this. I've got a wood riser that just slides over.
Oh, word?
And then the keyboard just sits right there, and my screens are right in front of me.
Nice. True. Okay. You're good. Yeah.
I just walked into Woodbriser, so I have to rewind to see what the context is.
And then go take a shower. Filthy McNasty.
Man, can't say nothing
Yo,
these
that
days.
hoodie,
Right?
There's a pause at hey yo to
that hoodie,
everything these days.
that hoodie is thick. Dude.
I tell you, man, we really jacked the language up, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you though, man, the stand up does change my life. Feel good watching Dbloc stand up with me. We're standing up for the crypto rights.
I just got back from the gym. If I sit down, it's a wrap.
Yo, what's worse when people go broke trying to look broke, because I've seen it happen.
What happened?
I'm reading your hoodie. Don't go broke trying to look rich.
Oh, I didn't remember what hoodie.
Yeah, that hoodie is thick. But yeah, I definitely know a lot of folks that went broke looking broke too. So
But paying big bills to look broke, you know, like buying that designer, $2,000 t-shirt that looks like it got like cocaine stains on it and all types of weird things.
yo, that stuff. So there's a designer that like I think aesthetically cool, awesome, but also like bro is selling like apocalyptic wasteland clothes that are like shreds. There was what Demo Baza. There's like a series he did that was like, or they did, I don't know, whoever it is. That was like it looked like Dune characters, and I was like, bro's really selling people like scraps, like just shreds of clothes.
I'll give it to Kanye, man. He shredded things up pretty nice sometimes.
Yeah, but like the full face shiesty is kind of wild though. Bro looks
All
like
right,
an
I got it
NPC
twist
off
up
the
now
Nigerian.
too. See him lighting up that fire. I got the light up too. Let's go. Crazy. I feel like I'm looking at a mirror image of me right now. Looking at his screen. Yeah, you guys ready for Ethereum to flip Bitcoin?
Pull it.
See, that's why Dbloc's room is blue. If you notice, it's not orange. Is that blue? Because I'm colorblind. I don't even know if that's blue. Could be pink for all I know.
I think his accent color in Windows is orange though.
Now he's got big Bitcoin logos all over
I'm
the
about to
place.
say he got that big old shiny B up there in the top left.
But the blue, the blue is the more subtle, subconscious blue chip theme. It gets in your head more, Ah, he had to do it.
Hey, yes.
Well, you guys look at it because it's going to be the last good look you have for Bitcoin Watch. I bet you in a few months, man.
He's gonna have a big ETH on the wall.
Yeah. Watch. Quote me.
Well, we know Drew's done made the shift from Bitcoin to ETH.
Don't forget about
AI,
Solana.
AI on AI is already determined that he looks like I don't know, Chinese gangster or something. We don't need to see his face. He's a Chinese gangster.
He's Dr. Claw, man. Next time, Gadget. Next time.
I saw a comedian and he looked down at me.
I think
Yo, RIP.
y'all have seen my face. I think y'all just blocked it out, bro. It must have been
All right.
so like traumatic.
All he needs is RIP shitcoin on your lap right now, and you'd straight up be Dr. Claw.
I said you got a face for phone therapy.
You guys know he had a cat named Shitcoin?
Rest in peace, shitcoin, man. Got rug pulled
R.I.P.
early.
All cats go to heaven. Except for the bad ones. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, low resistance at the daily open.
Still stretching out that psychological range to the top side. Slowly. Three in the morning. At 3.
It's funny how Bitcoin acted right there before we started calculating for the psychological low.
Yeah.
Would you say maybe that could be our psych low for the week?
Yeah, I think so.
It's just a funny how the price action right there, right before they started, like.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, these things don't tend to range much.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah,
Like it just, it's just like almost like an intentional, attempt to set a range. What's going on, RC? I'm good, brother. Can't complain. Yeah, Neve. A little different if you're talking about dividends and shit like that, right? Because, like, if you ask Warren Buffett, he'll tell you the power of compounding interest is not touching your, not touching your investments ever. But that's different than the type of compounding we're doing, right? Selling at the top of bull markets and buying at the bottoms.
We passed the W, haven't we? Like the move on it.
Yeah, that's. We're in the let's scale out to our larger W. So this is our now larger W on bigger time frame.
Oh, well, we might try to come back up to that previous support zone.
Let's get it.
I like the look for that.
Okay, there we go.
That's why, W's and why we call them higher low fractals, because a successful W will fractal into another and into another price move. And in front of that, for the money. What configuration? Right there. My tape is broken, bro. I don't know why it moves so quick. There we go, baby. Let's go. What I'm talking about. So far, our larger inverse head and shoulders liking this move.
Solana's getting some really nice volume.
I've been filling my soul position, man. You know how I feel about the ones that haven't like that dead narrative. You know, it's like everybody's focused on everything else right now, and the second Solana moves, they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, that's right, Solana."
Yep.
Same thing they did with Chainlink. Exactly the same thing they did with Chainlink. Yeah, AVAX looks good too.
Hello, Dbloc.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What is your price target for Solana if it breaks previous all-time high? Or no, not all-time high, but 212.
I can show you my chart. This really does look like it wants to break right now. Oh, I'm so ready for it to do something too.
I got 50% of my account and sold right now.
Oh shit.
Let's go.
Yeah, I feel you.
I bought at 180.
Yeah. Me personally, I'm looking for like between 3618 and maybe 4618 for our top. It's gonna depend on time. When it's time to come down, it's time to come down.
Damn.
But
I
500s.
thought 400 or something was my price target.
It's. I mean, that's a safe price tag. That's a safe place to start taking some profits, I believe. Problem is, if institutional money comes in the way it's supposed to on this rotation, once they get done playing with ETH, I think Sol is gonna catch a really nasty bid. And it literally hasn't done anything. It's just been sitting here. So this is what I'm.
I'll be happy with 290.
We don't know if these assets are going to make their major move in the time that's left. By major move, I mean most assets are going to take care of the one or two patterns that they're in now, including a blow off top. But some of these that have gotten to their all-time highs and are passing them are lined up for very large higher low fractals, right? On a big scale. And that's that top move for Sol that I'm talking about. Like I said, it doesn't have to happen now. But it wouldn't be a top target. It wouldn't be a top target that that would surprise me. And that would take you above your 3618. But I told you guys a long time ago, I'm only talking price because you asked me price. I am trading this by time. So when it comes time to take profit, whatever price we're at, that's where I'm going. And Sol, I think, can have an opportunity to run for about maybe 3 to 6 weeks after Bitcoin tops out. But it's gonna have to prove it. It'll have to be doing something by then, obviously. Sol's gonna have its ETH moment here soon. I think we'll be $300 in short order.
Let's go.
Just look at the higher low fractal that we put in now, right? All of this price action that we did by popping up, coming down, you see the W right there, right? I don't even have to draw it. And this is our immediate pattern, right? Meaning this is what gets triggered if we continue to go any higher here. And this move alone takes you to 260. Unless the same guys that were telling me that ETH was dead that are now telling me that Sol is dead, unless they're actually right this time, then I'll eat my words. But they got it really bad last time. Really wrong. In a big way. In 4K too. They were so loud about it, you know? The ETH hate was so loud that they can't even hide from it now that it pumped. Like, usually you just deny it or whatever, but they made such a big deal out of it that now they gotta eat it. And I think they're about to make the same mistake with Sol. Yeah, it happens all the time, John.
Do you think Arbitron can go higher than the all-time high?
I don't know, man. Arbitrum took quite a dip, and L2s haven't been getting a huge amount of love. It's possible. I wouldn't feel comfortable in that bet. But it has a lot better chance of doing it than a lot of these other L2s out here, honestly. What's good, Weapon? I do think September will be red if August is. If August is green. I'd love to be wrong about that. Or, I mean, unless you guys just rather do nothing, leave it a red August, and then have a green September. That's not the worst thing in the world. Listen, my main concern is this. It's not August or September or October. It's the fact that we've already had 4 green months in a row. Right? So then you're asking for a 5th green month, and then you want September after 5 green months. September
Yeah,
that's
man.
traditionally bearish to just be bullish.
Because we got a new era coming in.
Look, this is what I want. You
Trump.
see, look at 2017. Look at 2017. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green months. And then you had a 7% September. Then you had a 40% October, a 50% November, a 38% December.
Yeah, but institutions weren't really dabbling. It wasn't the same beast that it is now, though, right?
So what I'm saying is, do you think it's possible to end this year with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 green months in a row?
Yep. I think it's actually pretty easy. Man, if Trump's trying to pump his bags, you know, that's as long as Trump
We
doesn't
can't
sell
keep
his
saying
bags, I
that.
think we can do it.
We can't keep saying that because, yeah, but we're already in. He did it. Like, what's next? Who else comes? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, right now, you know, the whole thing with
Dbloc,
everything that. What's that?
Dbloc, you're a little low on YouTube. If you just turn up the YouTube a little bit.
Yo, your mic is toast, man.
Yeah, your mic is cracked right now, bro.
And not in a good way.
I appreciate the heads up, though. I'll check the volume on YouTube.
Because now, I mean, if all of these assets are going to get tokenized, that's going to give so much more liquidity to Ethereum and Bitcoin, I think, you know, and it's...
All right, but we have to admit that we're asking the market to do something it's never done before, though.
Yeah, of
Okay.
course. But the market's had a big boot on its neck for the last 15 years too.
Yeah.
Been
I'm with it,
strangled.
man. I'm ready either way. I like. Hopefully, everybody is set up to where, if either thing plays out, you're good. Because that's sort of what I've been trying to stress and shit, right? Like, I'm not all the way in. If it drops down, I'll be more than happy to spend some money. But if it keeps going and keeps going for, you know, a year longer than it's supposed to, I will not shed a tear.
I'm wondering if we can get like an average of Bitcoin, Solana, and Ethereum. I think those three averages we might have green. Bitcoin, we might get a few something, but I think Ethereum and Solana are going to continue the green for a few more months.
Yeah. Vikey, yeah, the longest streak is longer because you're taking the entire thing, but going into October, November, December, right? It's this quarter here, right? This quarter is traditionally very good, right? Or every once in a while bad. So we're just watching for those metrics that let us know. You know, a red August is usually a sign for a pretty decent end of the year, unless you were in, I mean, a green August and a red September, excuse me, are usually a pretty good sign. Either way, it doesn't matter because we're literally at less than 1% right now. So you can chalk that up to volatility, whether you consider this month red or green right now, you know? If we're only gonna close at single digits, then I don't know how much effect it'll have. The point at the beginning of this month was to have a big green August, right? To have like a 30% August or a 60% August, and then have a, well, not obviously not 60%, but then have a pullback and then go into that really strong third quarter or fourth quarter. Right? That's when we have our strongest pushes at the end. 2016 is what this reminds me the most of. I've been saying it from the beginning, 2016. And when you look at it, that's exactly when we got the 5 green months, 2017. The last year of the 2016 bull market.
Is it helpful at all to do that same analysis on total 3?
Yeah, but you really want to see, because depending on if there was an alt season or not, that would skew, right? You would be looking at the total health instead of just Bitcoin. Excuse me. Let me see if
Because like we could have a red September and still have green alts. I mean, I'm theoretically, right?
yeah. Yeah, this is just Bitcoin I'm talking. And it's just, you know, that's one of the least important metrics, really. We're just looking for signs.
What is the crypto version of astrology? Somebody had a name for it. I don't remember what it was.
Moon phase trading.
I don't know. I just like using patterns to determine more patterns, looking for signs. Somebody said it in here a couple
Photography?
months ago. It was kind of funny. Well, maybe, I don't know.
Crypto esoterics?
People tend to some people tend to talk shit about TA, and they're like, you know, it's just lines or astrology for finance bros or whatever they call it, until you start calling targets, and then they want to know how you did it. Well, I spend my 24 hours paying attention to shit that you don't.
Well, the algorithms aren't doing it through astrology, I can tell you that. They're doing it mathematically, so you just gotta play their game. Computer's not like, I'm kind of low on power today. I think I'll go down a little bit.
And that's the end of that lighter.
Got to get the USB lighters, man.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna have to do a blind taste test for my girl with some pumpernickel bread to see if Trader Joe's dark pumpernickel is actually better than my pumpernickel. I give her a blind taste test. If she says Trader Joe's pumpernickel is better than my pumpernickel, I'm never making pumpernickel again.
Went 125K.
What's up, 125K what?
Where it at?
Oh, we coming. We getting there slowly but surely. Who knows? Bitcoin might just range 115, 120, but I think Ethereum and Solana are the ones to look at now.
Sounds good.
Damn, what just happened right there? That was kind of nutty.
What happened? What happened? What? Who? Where?
No, I just like some of my alts, or one of my alts is just dumping hard right now. It's crazy.
Which one? We want names. Oh, you ashamed of that alt, huh? One of those bags. Come on, Jacket. We want names.
Oh, sorry, Link. Link just did a two 15-minute
Oh,
game in
really?
a row counting, and erased almost all the entire day's gains in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, Link did the run these last few days, last week especially.
Alright, I'm back, y'all. My bad. Oh, what is this shit? My bad.
I mean, it's like overreacting to dominance. I don't know. Maybe it's a not dip opportunity, but it seems weird behavior right now.
Be right back.
All right. Check on some of the usual suspects here. Oh damn, Altera. See you. Well, good news. If you took this play, you were in position. Bad news. If we're gonna be 100, you probably took profit too early. Understandably so. Yeesh. If only every W could play out like that, huh? Higher low fractal into two massive weekly green vectors. GG's. Still need a link to come down for me.
I'm just holding on right now. Look for that 29.
Yeah, I'm just looking to get back in with some of the profits I took. So a higher low here at some point. That's why I think this uptrend would be a great spot for it. Come down, retest that uptrend, put in that higher low. Get up and out. Problem, like I was saying before, is we've come back into that range, right? And if this is a deviation, then that officially is going to make this a deviation. Now something has to stop us from hitting the bottom of the range, which worst case scenario I think will be that 50 EMA. But price is going to want to come back down to 24.5. Whether we're lucky enough or whether I'm lucky enough for that, because I would love to pick some up at the bottom of that range. Great. Yeah, they're being aggressive with those ads. When I was meaning to ask, when you're watching the stream and it gives you the ad, does it do the thing where it keeps the stream up and then you see the ad on the side? Or does it take you out of the stream and into the ad?
Big buys coming in Solana. Let's go.
Big buys, big buys.
That shit is whack.
Yeah, Solana's moving.
I'm gonna get AI on it. There's gotta be a way to turn off mid-roll ads.
Hey, Dbloc on the daily on Bitcoin. Are we putting in the right side on a W? It would take us up pretty high. We'd make that W.
Yeah, we'd have to get back above, but our two highs would be the middle of it.
That would be insane if we could do that.
Yeah, it'd be like 141, I think. Can't remember. I got it on the chart. Measured move would be less than that. Okay, 136. So
It kind of stood out.
what my idea was for September, because we were just talking about red September or not red September. What my idea was for September was get above these all-time highs, right? Put in a new all-time high for Bitcoin, August, first week of September, maybe even second week of September. Watch. I'm gonna magic wand it here. Here's our W. When is September 1st? September 1st is on this line right here. So it would have to be a quick move, right? Because we'd have to do the majority of it to get above all-time high in August just to have a green August, right? To have a healthy green August. But I want to do this. So we'd be in August, get above all-time high. Now it's September, right? Everybody's like, it's going to be a red September. Da, da, da. I agree. But that doesn't mean that it has to turn around on September 1st, right? So we go up and put in a high somewhere in middle of September. And then when we retrace to come retest this, that turns the month of September red. Even though for the majority of time we made a good amount of money. Excuse me. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like you can have both, you don't have to pick. And not only that, but if you do break this and go up to 130s and you want to go to 150, then you're going to want to come back here and retest this anyways. Or else you're going to have a very unhealthy ride, to wherever it is that you think we go after this. So why not do that in the month of September instead of... Again, I don't have a dog in the race. I could care less if it happens in September or happens in... I would take it a little personally if it happened in October. That's just me, because it's my birthday month and shit, but... Yeah, we only accept Octobers around here. Maybe if I turn off, I gotta find a way to turn off the ads automator. I think that's what it is. They're just throwing the shit in anywhere. I think I found something that'll fix it. I have to play with it later. Nah, I understood you the first time, John. You're good, bro. I got what you meant. We talked about earlier, if this takes too long to break, it's just gonna start feeling more and more like a bearish channel. $114.9 is your invalidation. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Wow.
That's right.
What happened to you?
What's up, beautiful people? How's everyone doing?
So good, man. Sorry you were left hanging there.
Nah, it's all good. Just got home from the gym. Look like we're moving back up slightly.
Inching our way there.
Well, I'm going to fess up now. I might be a complete and total idiot, but I just shorted Solana. So ask me in an hour how I'm feeling.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Hello, family. Hope everybody's well tonight.
Hey, BJ, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Just coming in to give a little update if there's nobody speaking or anything.
What you thinking, BJ? What you seeing?
Okay, well, we're doing well here. We're in the middle of the 200 EMA, the 200 MA, and the 50 MA on the 5-minute. And we just came underneath that 200. This green line here is extremely important because that's the beginning of a new structure above 115,200. Right? You can see this this curve right here that separates the space between 115,034 and 115,569. Our structure EMAs are all clustered right here around the 115,420. So the 800 is the last EMA down here, and you notice how it's on this bow tie on the right side of it. And right now, the price is possibly going to come and test that. However, we did trade up from here over that 50, and there's the MAs. I'm trying to get them out again. So this green line represents the structural lift for me. That's how I'm marking it on there because we will be above the 50 MA. See this cross right here? We'll be above the 50 on the 5-minute, and then if you look at the 69-minute, notice this arc overhead, right? This is my drawing right here, this blue that you saw right there. And then here's the curve on the bottom side right there. It's light, but now you can see this time frame. Notice how the 50 MA has come up over this ascending ribbon, right, like this. And what I was just saying a minute ago was that price needs to be above 115,569. And here's the reason why, because here's the pivot point, right? And it's on this angular, this. And then over on the other side is the 800 EMA for the 69-minute. So that's 9 minutes more than an hour. I just use it because for a lot of different reasons. But anyway, so here's our 5 EMA path. And then underneath it, you see, is the 50 EMA. So that line separates them right here. So this is a pivotal moment, right? Through there. And if you notice, here is the breakdown coming across. Now this curve, this green curve, notice how they make a X right there. And I told you that this green line was my structural division between ascending further and descending, because here's your 115,034. See how the 50 EMA on this 69-minute time frame is right there. It's about to cross up here, and price, if price remains, up above now, getting across this curve. This curve is depicted with like a dashed line, and it's real important for this area. You can see how the 800 is above the pivot point, and then you see this curve here. It's very faint, but that's what I drew. So that is from here to here. So now I'm going to move this downward, and here you see how this is a fib. That's why this is kind of white, because it's kind of overlaid over the top. And then here's the other arc. So this is our dividing line, our ascending line here. And now what we're trying to do is move from this ascending line up over that one. Now you see, here's the other edge of that curve. See how we're hugging price right there, hugging it right over that? Well, this line up here is the top half of that curve. That curve is hugging price structure like from there to there. So this blue line, notice how that goes through our price path right there, and see how it came underneath that ring, or that, not that ring, but the that curve structure. And then over the top, you see there's that angular that goes this way, and it meets at our descending. Well, right now it's descending because we're not over 50%. So our big number up here is that 118,200. That, this right there. So 118,200 gets us past our previous dip right there. And then to correct everything, you gotta get 118,581 for ascending line upwards. And notice up there, that's where we catch this ascending line, right, like that. And it meets there at 120,740. And that's above the 124.93. So that's our horizontal line right there. And if I move my chart backwards a little bit, you'll see that that will correct for that mid part of that descending. So this is the red line here. Here's your divider, right? And then there's that curve that I was talking about, prices right hanging there. And then this is the lower half. See how it brings you from this point here up through that triangle that closes this gap. That gap, the edge of that gap is at that point on that triangle there, and it's above here. So that's 117.4. That line is met by this. See this ascending angle right there? Boom, boom. So you see that? Okay, now you see how this comes through here? And our price structure is underneath that ascending line that I was just taken from here. And notice this curve underneath, and then notice this this square, right, like this and this. Let me try to get that off. Okay, so that line, that dashed yellow line, is our break, right, from here to below there. So that's why breaking under 112,000 right there, see that? I'm sorry about that black box. Okay, right here, see how that comes underneath these angles here? That's 111.3 to 111.1. So right now, we've got our price that made it that top up here. So it is still vulnerable unless our moving averages get beat, you know, and we trade up through this curvature. See how that's hugging and going across. It's like a little escalator. We don't want to fall off the escalator, because then we can test this hole, this gap down here. All right. So that's why this green line right here is pivotal. And then the series of red lines. So from 115.034, 115.569, and 116.206. So remember I said watch that ascending line or ribbon? That's this one. I'll have to highlight it better in just a minute. And then after you get out of this, off of the top side of this curve, you're going to get to the underside of this black arrow here. So that black arrow takes us up to 121, and you can see the gap between the top side of that arrow right? That would be your ascending edge. And then this one here is the next descending wedge. And this is our fibs circle. Okay, so now I'm going to do this and show you. Oh, maybe I don't have the fib circle there. Well, I have it, but I don't know where if I can find it, because there's all this color. Anyway, you get the idea. I'll find it. Sorry. Okay, so now when we're looking at a little bit more compressed, you can see here's your price line, right? And this angle is like the top side. And that line meets right there at 126.7. Okay, now obviously we haven't gone to 126, but I'm just trying to show you, generally speaking, where that is. Okay, so if our price is here and we're ascending up past 116.4, that gets us into an ascending pattern from here to here, but this is where we are, right? So that's why we've come underneath, and now we have to go back up, build the structure above 123 in order to ascend up here to between our 125 and our 130, 33 to 31. So that's our potential over here, like that. All right, so now I'll open this up a little bit so we can see that a little clearer. So here's this big, big descending line. And then we started climbing from this point, and then we couldn't quite get across there on this crossbar. So now we've come back underneath, and look at that price action. Wow, was that something else, huh? And then now we are underneath here. So that brings us back to, okay, let's look at our moving averages. So remember I said that the 800s was on the top, and the 50 and the 200, we were kind of in between them. So I'll put a ribbon out, again, the TR main, I use that, and then we can use the MA cross. Well, let's look at the MA cross since I kicked off the TR main. Notice how we're smack dab in pretty much in the middle between the 200 that's pink and the 50 MA. These are MAs now, not EMAs. That one's on the top, and the 50 is on the bottom. Now, just given the numbers, a 50 MA moves faster than a 200 because the 200 is mathematically, about the average of 200 candles, right? And the 50 is an average weight. Now, you can see where I was talking about that, where these the curve meets this midline, okay, my green midline, and that's where we are. And so you got pressure from that 200 MA, and then the 800 is here. So the 800 is underneath on the 69-minute. It's underneath, but that 200 MA, and that is descending. So that makes this pressure on this curve like this, price, pressure, 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 because that's overhead, right? And notice that it was just at the edge of that triangular right there, and here is the edge. Now, if you go here across, what number is that? That's that 115.034, right? And then here is 115.471. I'm not going to be exact because of my mouse or whatever, but then here's the numbers. So notice how exact that price action went along that fib curve. And then we have this cluster of lines and curves down here. So you can see that you must break above this curvature and above this line in order to hold the structure intact that we're building. So that means that as we go forward, we want to get hold the 50 EMA and then trade up above, and MA. Remember, it was underneath us, kind of like a in a circle. If you pictured that, it kind of looked like that. I'll show you again. MAs. Okay, you see how we're price action is in this circle underneath the two. So price is looking down to see if we're going to have support, and then it's got resistance up here, and those meet forward in time this way. All right, now let's look at what that date is. That's Tuesday, August 25th. If I make a straight line down, see, here's that point, 8:39 a.m. Well, we all know that we have a lot of price action going on sometime during the week before markets open and everything, right? So that is Tuesday. Now, one thing I want to alert you to is that on Friday the 20th, there's that fib circle, by the way. On Friday the 29th is a huge options expiration day. And by huge, it's like, I think close to $4 billion worth of options expirations. And so we have to be careful in here because we're trying to build structure, from this level to this level, and there's a lot of chop. So it's prudent to keep your eyes peeled for those options during the week until Friday, August 29th. So I'm just letting you know that there's going to be volatility. And if we don't have a solid structure above the 800s and so on, you can just see already what kind of shape we're in here, because we're in the middle. So when your price action is in the middle, when the 50 is going across the middle like this on so many time frames, and the 800s are up top, and your prices, you could see we have to meet. Price has to stay above the 50 and then has to cross the 200, right? So we're looking to move up between here, which is 119.4, and remain above this break, this line right here. See how? So that's that 108 or 16.8. So 116.8 is an extremely important number. And then what was the other? 116.2 right here. Boom. So yeah, 116.326, and it's probably a little lower right there, right? Because that's the underside of that triangle. That little tip comes over here. So I want to pay attention to this arc like this and this descending line. See that descending line? That brings you back down to 109.8. Okay. Now above, you get across here, and and that means that we're going to be testing, the 119, 120, and then our new all-time high up there. So that's the implication there. So there's a lot of liquidations up around 132,000. So that's that purple line. So I guess what I'm trying to say is this is a volatile area between 115 and 116.8, and then you have to get across 118.2. 118.2, see how that brings you structurally over this gap right in here. So that ascending line and having support above the 200. So that 200 MA that you saw curving down, we want to arrest that and trade candles above it. All right. So that's about all I have to say. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, PJ. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Terrifying.
Hey, Dbloc, you been feeling better? Last time I remember talking to you, you didn't feel that great. Well, that's good. So you're getting some rest, drinking lots of fluids. I'll just be your mom. It's okay.
Oh, my bad. Was I muted on YouTube? I think I was. What's going on, YouTube? No, I think I was. I just unmuted it. I must have muted my mic earlier. All right, so what I was saying, guys, is if you're bullish here, you're still looking for that higher low, right? The problem is that on a bigger time scale, we are breaking through these value areas, right? We've got a rather large gap underneath us. I'm on chart, right? So we got a big gap underneath us. We just broke that level, right? So we have the 800 EMA here that can hold us. If that doesn't, chances are we're going to fall pretty quickly through this value area. There's not a lot of resistance underneath us here, right? So that would fit, that would suit to fit this order book imbalance, and we would also be clearing the majority of this vector. Right. Now, what I was saying was it's not dead in the water yet because, hold on. We have 2 levels of support that can still hold us here. Right, these are our 2 value areas from our current ranges. Our larger range and our tighter range, our closer range here. Right, so holding this 50 on the hourly or holding these 2 will avoid us having to go through that value area, and we can put some space between us and this gap. If we lose that and these don't hold, then we'll sweep down to 113 in my opinion. You good? So it's this gap here that's the issue. Right, we'll have support all through here. Once we break 114.8, you're looking at air and opportunity. Bitcoin hasn't spent a lot of time in this range. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because right now we got a really nice reaction off that 800. My base case is still CME close by the time that psychological ranges are done filling, or as close to it as we can possibly get. I need to see some levels break before I go bearish here. 5
I'm
minute
not bearish.
definitely has bearish momentum though. Technically, we haven't. I mean, I think we will, but technically, that W hasn't been pulled the trigger. But I'm looking at the very least they come snatch some of this liquidity. I need a little mini fridge.
You need a robot
Yes.
to just deliver it to you, right?
Yes, that would take care of the problem.
See, there you go.
Little Tesla bot.
A refrigerator is so 1800s, my goodness. Or was it 1900s? Let me think here.
RH, we would have to get back into the trap before we even start thinking about false moves. As of right now, this is just a broken trap. All right, let me grab some caffeine. All right. I'll check Kiyotaka. So it looks like I was looking at that same drop here. Order book is fine. Just use glass, man. Use glass and ceramics. Get all those plastics out of your life, especially if you're heating stuff up in it. You know how much estrogen there is in this damn plastic water bottle that I'm drinking out of right now that I shouldn't be drinking out of, but I am because I'm thirsty and I'm lazy.
Tipping
So
that
I switched
estrogen.
my house to glass containers now.
Best.
Yeah, the best is like the you get like the sapphire nails. Those are fantastic.
Nah, it is expensive. Best thing is just to have a filter in your house for the water and then just bottle your water.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be buying, glass. Like just
Yeah,
massive
you can
packs
get
of glass water bottle, that shit would be expensive as hell.
you can get charcoal, like activated charcoal, or sorry, charcoal uh is a natural filter as well. That's what they used to filter water with back in the day.
That's what they filter water with now. You get a good filter. Just get a good filter, man.
Mhm.
This is water. This is like the lifeblood, basically that we're talking about. We can afford a little bit of money on a good filtration system.
So, I talked about this before, how we're living in Florida and the hurricanes and all that. I bought a Berkey, and it's a very fantastic water filter because it's gravity, and the filters were absolutely excellent. And you can use that anytime because you don't need electricity, and you can actually filter out like pond water, even river water. It filters out chlorine. It filters out like you can test it. You put red dye, like a red food coloring in it. It'll take it completely out. It really was amazing. And it can sit on your countertop.
Yeah, fluoride can't be filtered out, but all the other stuff can. I'm not really worried about the fluoride as much as I am of the microplastics.
You can get that. It does filter out fluoride, and you can even get a one for your shower that filters out chlorine. Some people that have city water that's very chlorinated.
Yeah.
Yo, shout out to the homies in Flint who survived the water crisis.
And where?
It's a random shout out.
I got a bunch of homies up in Flint, Michigan.
Oh yeah, I just didn't hear what you said. So yeah, Flint. That was a deal, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think their literal solution instead of fixing the pipe is they might have by now, but was just to like pass out little filtration kits for every home.
Well, yeah. Well, they had to retrofit a lot of infrastructure there, and so yeah, they had to have a temporary kind of fix. Not much chatter going on in here, unless I mean maybe there was earlier. I've been gone all day.
It's been quiet. Summer weekend,
Yeah. So today I was on the boat, and there was a beautiful bald eagle that flew up over, and
America.
got a little video and a picture. That was so cool. All right, so here's the thing too. It's pumpkin spice season already.
Oh my god.
If you can even believe it. Oh my god. It's
You're like pumpkin spice
everywhere.
everything, aren't you? Pumpkin spice candles are out.
There's everything. Yep. Different candies, different cookies, different creamer for your coffee, different flavored coffee. It's pumpkin spice everywhere. I'm surprised they don't make pumpkin spice smelling sheets. I mean, scratch and sniff or something. Oh.
This is my favorite season, though.
Yeah, fall is pretty.
In Florida, like you get to celebrate that the summer didn't kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Like we made it.
Well, it's not over yet. There's still tropical stuff, isn't there?
Yeah.
I haven't been paying that much attention, but no, there was a Hurricane Aaron. That didn't affect Florida, or did it? I think that was
so.
maybe
No, I didn't. I
up
mean,
in
I kept getting warned that there was a hurricane coming, but then I looked outside and like none of the neighbors were doing anything. So I was like, meh.
Yeah.
You know.
That's the signal, right?
But we have a high like
but-
tolerance for that type of shit already, right? We're like,
I know.
how many
Yep.
times have I overreacted and like completely lock
Put
down
up
the
those
house and
shutters.
then nothing happened.
Yeah. But the one time it does and you aren't
Yeah.
prepared, then
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
that's no. But yeah, we do know though when it's serious. I'll just never forget though, Hurricane Andrew. That sucker switched its little course, and that was a scary time.
That's the thing, right? Because they can just switch
Yep.
direction at any time.
And remember, oh shoot, no, Charlie came around, whipped right back, and came around again. That thing went across Florida, then turned around, came right back across Florida. Got it twice. I went to the Grand Funk Railroad concert Thursday, and it was fantastic. If you like rock and roll, that was really good. So was the Blue Oyster Cult concert.
Yeah, you said you were going to that.
Yeah, it was really good. I'm impressed that these people that are older than their 20s are able to
Quite
rock it
substantially
out.
older than their 20s. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I meant. I'm not trying to age myself here, Dbloc.
I got you.
I'm
You're
trying.
right. You're right. You're right. Hey, you could
Oh,
have got it. You could
but
have got into them, through an older cousin or something, right? Doesn't mean anything.
oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. But here's the thing. I mean, my goodness, to be able to pay, I paid $12 to get into this Kentucky State Fair, and that included the parking.
Damn.
And that included those concerts. $12. How can you go wrong? $12 to see a
$12 would have
fair
got you a
and a
bottle of
concert.
water.
Exactly.
And not even a bottle of water in
So
the fair, a bottle of the water in the parking lot from some guy that's
pretty
just
much.
selling waters that has nothing to do with the fair. Then you got to pay
Exactly.
$30 for parking,
Yep. No, I
$100
just
to
paid
get
2.
in, probably.
Yeah. Yep. And this wasn't even a senior day or anything like that. No Veterans Day. It was just the regular price. Oh, it was very good. How can
What
you
a
have
deal.
entertainment? I know, for $12. Oh,
Yeah, Drizzle, that's not me, brother. Block them, actually. Let me go see if I can send me if you want, send me a screenshot. I'll make sure that they are not on Discord. I have a feeling that we still might have a couple people in the Discord that are facilitating this nonsense. But I
ooh,
will find you.
yes. You get the Gloomy out there. He'll find them.
That's a good point, Anna. If you turn off direct messages from people that aren't your friends, then you just have to ignore the friend requests. You don't have to worry about. My friend requests are crazy. I've got like 35 requests from every YouTuber there is. All different ones.
Well,
If anybody
they
ever
want the
message,
cross.
if anybody actually ever messages collab, I'll never get it. Because I'm just gonna assume it's a, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm just gonna assume
Yeah.
that it's a bot.
They would have to like video invite you to collab.
Yeah,
Like
I
make
would be
a
like,
video
bro, I'm gonna
about
need you
it.
to take a
Like, yo,
selfie.
Dbloc.
I'm gonna need you to hold today's newspaper and write "Hello Dbloc" on the front page of the
Yep.
paper.
And then you'll have to cut your hair in front of me so I can see that you're live and not a robot or some kind of AI figure. I mean, it's going to come to that
Clever.
too. You won't be able to see if
Gotta be
somebody's real or
careful.
not.
No, I'd be careful.
Okay, so a little bit of bearishness here because that 200 EMA has gone down underneath the 800 on the 1 minute. So that's a little bit of pressure on that angular. We'll see what happens if we can meet it back in the middle before we get too much further downside.
You know, looking at Ethereum on the 4-hour, it almost feels like Ethereum isn't that after all. Crazy, right?
No, it went over 4,800
Crazy.
and that was a key level today. So that was good. Sol's also increasing. And let's see, I don't know how XRP got over $3.05, which is a very pivotal point for XRP.
Yeah, I think Sol might be really close to the next sort of rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Like when money rotates next time into large caps, I think Sol's gonna get a nice chunk of that. Look at Sol ETH finally. Right, so this has been Sol ETH ever since ETH took off. Like just bleeding out to nothingness. But we do have a bit of an accumulation. We did find an accumulation range down here, and we are about to break out of it. the short term, that looks really nice. Big chunky W on Sol ETH. I bought my Sol too early. Best mistake I ever made. Nah, I wasn't feeling like that when ETH was outperforming like crazy though. But I didn't want to have to worry too much about Sol, so I made sure I picked up a nice chunk when it was at low USD value. Right, so when Sol ETH looks like that, and Sol BTC, and Sol USD looks like this. That's a good thing. So this is the bigger fractal on Sol USD. Right, that's what we're hoping breaks out. That is what I look for when I go into rotations. Right? The Sol that I already have, I bought with BTC. That's already the ETH that I have that I'm thinking about rotating into BTC is starting to look like it's going to make that move. Right? But when your Sol BTC, your Sol ETH, and your Sol USD chart all line up and all look bullish, then in my opinion, that's a go. Which makes you feel better if you're already in position, right? Because we're talking about getting in at these lows, right? Adding to our positions at the higher lows and waiting for the breakouts. But at least lets you know that you've got bullishness across the board, right? Your ETH BTC pair or your Sol BTC pair isn't fighting your Sol ETH pair or whatnot. It's how many Sol you can get for each Ethereum giant. Right? If the price is going down on the Sol ETH pair, that means that ETH is outperforming Solana. Right? It means you're better off holding one than the other. Yeah, right now you would have been better holding Sol over the last 24 or 48 hours. Remember, because this is the hour chart. But what we're looking at is the long-term pivots. Right? So if we go to the daily on ETH, on Sol ETH, this thing has been losing against Sol for the longest. I mean, against ETH for the longest. Right, so our job is to find that time where it pumps, where it's going to correct, so that we can make our rotations. Right, the same thing with Sol BTC. Sol BTC just came off of the big downtrend, and we're looking for that kick up now. But what it means when all your charts are lined up is that, for the most part, any Sol holders that are BTC holders are going to be holding Sol. Right? Any Sol holders that play the ETH pair are going to be holding Sol. So there's more people on board with the move. Yeah, John, it helps just to make sure that you're not like fighting against yourself. Like think about Ethereum, right? It's the one that I always like to use. Think about ETH BTC. We're gonna drill this in when it comes to the bear market, though. If you guys stick around, we're definitely gonna drill this in, because it's very important that you understand it for the next bull market. That's ETH USD. I was like, what am I doing? So this was ETH BTC. Right? We see that it made that pivot already. Right? Which means that the time for you to rotate your ETH into BTC is already come and gone. If we look at 1 divided by ETH BTC. Oh, no? Hold on. 1 divided by ETH BTC. Alright, so this is 1 divided by ETH BTC. Sometimes it's easier for people to picture it like this. And here is Bitcoin. So most people think, okay, wait till Bitcoin's at its lowest price and just buy as many alts as I possibly can, and then hold them and then sell and get rid of it, right? But when you pay attention to the Bitcoin pairs, you see this was 15K for Bitcoin, right? So if you would have took that 15K and you would have bought ETH at that moment, you would have bought 13 Ethereum, right? It's a good price, great price for 13 ETH. But since the ETH BTC pair lost against Ethereum, lost against Bitcoin, right? When we invert it, as you bought it, this is what happened to the value of your Bitcoin inside of Ethereum, right? You lost Bitcoin. And what that means in real time for people that don't care about Bitcoin is, if you would have held your Bitcoin and sold it at any one of these parts, you're looking for when it pivots, right? So if you would have held your Bitcoin, you could have held your Bitcoin to 91 and had it gone all the way back down here to wherever it dropped. Oh no, I'm sorry, this was like 110. But on that drop, on that last drop to 100, I think it was, you would have just sold your Bitcoin, you would have had 54 Ethereum. Right? Because your purchasing power, the money that you're using to buy Ethereum, went up in Bitcoin, while ETH was bleeding against Bitcoin. And so that's the power of trading pairs, or at least being aware of the value. So when you go back to ETH BTC, right, you see what I mean here. So let's go to our ETH BTC pair. So what we did while we were waiting to figure out when to get into ETH, while everybody was telling us that ETH was dead, right, was just waiting for that bottom. Waiting for a sign that we had actually hit bottom. And that's what we're doing now with your soul ETH. Right? Same deal. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna try something on the next stream when I reload the next one. And then you guys let me know tomorrow if it's still bad. There's a section where I could block some ads, like where it's like unwanted ads. So maybe if I put a bunch of them to block, they'll just give less. We'll test it out tonight. Nah, you're good, John. I'm glad it's starting to click a little bit. Like I said, we'll go way deeper into it later. But just know right now with it being ETH season, if you're gonna get into an alt, at least check its ETH pair, right? Just make sure that that ETH pair isn't downtrending. I know a dude that liquidated his entire portfolio trying to short Luna on that dip. Remember when he first told the story, he was like, I lost my entire portfolio on Luna. I thought it happened completely different, bro. And he told me he lost it shorting. I almost fell out of my chair. You know what type of shit luck that is? He was just trading on tilt. He kept getting caught by the dead cat bounces. And then he kept like, you know what I mean, trying to ape into him and counter trade and screwed his entire portfolio trading in the right direction on the biggest dip that we've seen probably in our lifetime. Insane. That shit just goes to show you, man, psychology has so much to do with this shit. You could literally be trading in the right direction and still get wrecked. I mean, I'm swinging some ETH in the soul, but I mean, I did pick up ETH at like 13, and some of the ETH that I bought. So once you get used to these cycles, what'll happen is when that dip comes on Bitcoin, you're already thinking about the alts that you want, right? So some of the money you put into Bitcoin is for Bitcoin, but some of the money you put into Bitcoin is for the alts. And that money you don't ever hesitate to take profit on because that's supposed to have a home, right? So instead of buying ETH at the bottom, I put it in Bitcoin and I waited. When ETH starts to top out, I don't hesitate to take that Bitcoin out and put it into ETH, right? Because that's why it's there in the first place. So it's the same thing with ETH. When ETH bottomed out and everybody was like, are you getting into alts? I'm like, nah, I'm getting into ETH and maybe some of the top 10, just the governance tokens. ETH, Sol, Sui, things like that, right? The reason that I do that is because now the purchasing power that I'm using to buy the alts underneath that coin are going up with the actual governance token, the same way that it goes up with Bitcoin, right? So now when I rotate my ETH into Sol, I'm getting way more Sol than I would have if I would have just, you know what I mean, rotated that Bitcoin into Sol per se. So it's the same sort of deal, and I'll keep doing that the whole way up. Once it's in Sol, I'll sit everything in Sol, and when Sol actually pops and does its thing, then I start looking at those Sol ecosystem coins, right? Your mid caps, low caps on Sol. See what's outperforming Sol. What can I put this Sol into that's going to make me more Sol, right? They're like leverage positions or beta plays on the actual main token you're trying to accumulate. Yeah, it's cool when it starts to click, John. And the crazy part is how much less stress it is to trade that way. Right? It's like problem is some people won't understand. Right? They'll be like, but so and so coin was at the bottom, you missed it at 5 cents. And now you have to buy it at 10 cents. But they don't understand that you're getting way more coins at that 10-cent value than you would have if you just bought it at 5 cents.
Oh, Carrot Coin's ripping right now.
A lot of gaming coins have been making moves here lately. I think the way Altura was moving has sort of made people look at gaming right now.
Yeah, it's up 44% today on Coinbase. It's ripping. Crime was looking good all day. Spell.
Yeah, rockets on Ethereum.
Yeah, so far if we look at that high volume node we were talking about, we've held support right on that node. You see that? Which is good because that needed to be our floor. That doesn't hold. There was nothing underneath, except for maybe some of these buy orders. Yeah, just go back and look at the it depends, like I said. If you're buying it with USD, you know, then it's a little different. But you could at least use the fact that it's just now breaking out on the pairs to let you know that it's not overvalued, at least. But if you're using Ethereum to buy it, then yeah. Yeah. Crypto Kitty. Oh. So if you want to go outside and catch some rats and shit, chase lizards, crying about. Don't be on the desk, just lay down and chill. He's got one underneath the desk. There's a whole ottoman down there. Just wants to be in my business right now. And he's gone. Nah, this one's an outside come in whenever he wants, kitty. I haven't even named him. His name's Outside Kitty. I'm gonna disrespect him by giving him a name. He's just a homie. He comes and hangs out whenever he wants. He really an inside kitty now, but I let him pretend when he goes outside so that the other cats don't treat him funny. He's trying to act tough when he's outside. Appreciate you, Dutang. Yeah, we popped it the other day. 6K, baby. So this would be the right side of our higher low fractal on the 15-minute, 30-minute. Hourly even. Right? So we got the right side of our W that popped down underneath the 50. We're looking for our left side of the W to hold the 50. We still have 3 hours left until the psychological ranges are done calculating. And my thesis of us getting to CME gap before the end of the psychological ranges might still have some legs here. It's getting tough though. Finding it close. We still have to hold this 50 though. It looks good for now, but it's still early. Seen this movie before. It can get kind of spooky before it gets better. Especially since the 30-minute we're underneath the 50, right? So we've got to get above. Got to slowly climb back above the 50 on all our time frames. So let's go to the 5. The 5 is where the fight is right now. Actually, did we close over on the 1 yet? All right. So we took the 50 back on the 1. Now we've got to take the 50 back on the 5. And then the 10. And then the 15. Moses, I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, but does your cat fetch? I tell people my cats fetch and they think I'm lying, and then I tell them that all my cats have fetched. Even this street cat that I have right now fetches. And they really think I'm full of shit. My cat will play fetch with you for an hour, Mike. You grab a piece of paper, like bundle up a piece of paper and throw it. He'll pick that shit up and bring it right back, drop it right at your feet. Until you get tired. And then he'll troll you. Throw it. Yeah, I'm gonna try to take off. Like I said, there's a thing that lets you decide what commercials you want to show and don't. So anything that's like anybody selling any trading shit or anything like that, I'll probably just get rid of it. I've seen that commercial you're talking about. Yeah, it's gonna depend on what we get in August. If we get a good end of August pump, early September pump, then I do want to take profits into the end of September. I do believe September will be red. My first sign of September being red isn't going to be a red candle. It's going to be a pump in September. Right? Everybody's worried about September being red, but do you really care if September's red if August pumps 10%, September pumps 10%, and then retraces, 11% or something? That'll be just good repositioning. Yeah, before rate cuts. A nice pump leading into maybe a couple weeks before rate cuts, some positioning for the rate cut to sell off. Or it could be the rate cuts themselves that sort of stop the pump and give us a retrace. Thing is that that's on the 27th. There wouldn't be a lot. There wouldn't be many days left in September to retrace if we did that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Remember, this repositioning shit isn't for every. You don't. It's not necessary if you've got good positions, right? It's only if you're trying to take advantage of every sort of compounding opportunity from here to the top. But it's a lot less stress to just add. You know what I mean? Like if it goes down, you just add some. But to do that, you got to take a little bit of profit. Well, some people, right? Some people can add no matter when it goes down. They'll just pull money and add from somewhere else. But if all you have is the money in the game, then along the way, if you want to buy some dips when they happen, you're going to have to take a little bit of profits. Or else, I mean, where's the dry powder going to come from, you know? Yeah, I mean, it looks good. It's at least taking out some highs, which is what we wanted, right? We got to take out some of these lower highs. It took out this lower high, but it's the weekend, right? So it's, you know, M2 goes flat on the weekend. So we'll see. Hopefully Monday will come and we'll take out these highs and then we'll start to look good on M2. In real time, we look good on M2 now. Right? This is our, you see this? Pop up, down, right? Let's pop up, down, down. Let me see if I can get it right on, let me mess with this. Where we at? 5, let's put it on 95. Is that too much? Yeah, it's too much. So basically right there. You see it? I mean, even the recovery and the little dip. Let's see what the correlation is on the 100. It should be pretty tight over the last couple days here. Yeah, that looks really good. So basically what we're looking at is after this weekend, up and to the right. As far as M2 is concerned. I'm going to remember this shit as a time where we absolutely killed it. Nah, yeah, I mean, it's really hard to consider this a false move down, Yash, because of how little time we spent inside of that weekend trap. Technically, yes. Right? Technically, these were trap shorts. These are trap longs. And this freed the trap shorts. But we made that move on Friday, bro. Like, we've had early Saturday false moves, but a Friday false move is crazy. Now, we know why, right? It wasn't like Market Maker that did it. Right? We had whales sort of attacking the bids. But not sure if I'm willing to forego momentum for a market maker pattern right now. If the momentum and the obligation go in the same way, then I'm cool. Like right now, right? Market maker obligation will be to get back into the trap. Momentum so far is leading in that direction. But if momentum was leading down, I wouldn't bet against it on market maker's side because the trap was so irregular. Right, on another day, I might ignore the down momentum and say I don't care what the market maker is going to swing this. I just don't know if I trust the whales yet. there is a chance that whales have loaded up and that they're ready to go, right? That they're on our side. But it's like that meme, right? If dangerous, why friend-shaped? But we'll see how it plays out. I'll tell you what's not doing good, my Bitcoin treasury company's bag. Getting beat up right now. I mean, we'll see that overlap, right? Before it officially starts, we'll see that overlap where, you know, some of the coins in the top 10, top 20 will start to outperform Ethereum on a more like regular basis. But we're seeing that a little bit with this pop up on, well, obviously on Chainlink, right? We're seeing Solana threaten to do it, and so it's like that overlap is starting, in my opinion. But we're still in the overlap phase. Like we haven't gotten into that third phase yet. That third phase will be silly, bro. We'll be calling people that are holding ETH dinosaurs and shit. It's gonna get nutty. And then the fourth phase makes absolutely no sense. Shit that has absolutely no business moving will be at $3-4 billion market cap. Ada's another one, right? Ada's another one. Bull markets start with XRP, Doge, Litecoin, Ada, you know, Chainlink, these coins starting to outperform. That's when I think the alt season that most people have in mind when they think alt season. The first step for that to happen is ETH has to hit all-time highs. And we did that. The first step for ETH BTC to break its BTC pair was for BTC to hit all-time highs. Every time BTC hit all-time highs, a little bit more money came into ETH. Problem is that ETH was being suppressed for a while there. But we saw what happened as soon as they took their foot off its neck, right? Like such an obvious suppression. Unless everybody thinks that all this money just came in, you know what I mean? Like, somebody asked me if that was a Labubu on my computer. No, it's not. There are no Labubus in the office. I mean, those are exactly the type of coins I'm talking about, Danny. That'll sort of like move for no reason, bro. The problem is betting on it is crazy work, right? It'll be more like something that you're holding that you didn't really expect to do nothing, just surprises the shit out of you. By selling, they just set a range loaded. And it wasn't just them. ETH Foundation was taking advantage of all that and selling off. But if they can buy 10 million at a certain price and then sell 5 million and get you to sell 5 million, right, retail together, to dump it back to where they bought, and they can buy another 10 million, they'll do that all day until they get their bag filled at the price point that they want. Remember, these institutions can't just press the button and buy as much as they want when they want. Right? That shit is budgeted, which means that price has to be suppressed over a couple quarters so that they can load up. And that's what we saw, in my opinion, when it comes to Ethereum. Bitcoin got away from them, and they looked at ETH and said, we're not going to let it happen to ETH. Right? So they took that ETH ETF a little bit more seriously, suppressed it, filled up before they let it really go. It's like if you can if you can spend 5 million to make 10, right? You'll do that all day, every day. Drizzle, take it easy, brother. Get some sleep. Yeah, we still have ETF deadlines coming in end of September, beginning of October. They all look pretty decent.
I've hated this pattern on most of these charts. Like I'm used to them fully retracing these vectors that I'm like, are you gonna just do 50%? And then when you draw 50% measurement, do you count the wick of the vector or do you just do the body?
Nah, just the body, because the wick already reclaimed itself, right? The wick is a reclaimed vector. So we're just checking how much of the unreclaimed vector is left. Know what I mean?
So then it did that at that lower part of your W. That was
Yeah.
50%, 114.5. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of these things have taken their 50% already.
I actually met somebody in the wild that thought 124 was the beginning of the bear market, and he shorted it like a whole Bitcoin, and he's convinced that it won't round trip.
He plans on holding it? For
Yeah,
sure.
I was like, man, what if you round trip? I was looking, and he goes, nope, we're going down to 40K.
Hope he's right, for his sake. It's one thing to leave money on the table by taking profit early. It's a completely other thing of flushing a Bitcoin down the toilet trying to short. That being said, he made the right play. He's just timing is off. That's what's up, bye.
It's just one Bitcoin.
Nah, you know how you know how diabolical that is, bro. Not only do you lose the Bitcoin, but when you look on the chart to see how much it's worth, and you're like, now you're at 150 or 170 or whatever. Ugh. With such a big runway down, right? When we do go into the bear market, we're gonna have a massive runway down. Like, does it really matter if you caught it at the very top? Like, why not just wait for a dead cat bounce to be sure? There's no trophies for this shit, man. Some people trade like if there's trophies coming in the mail or something.
Speaking of the mail, I won my appeal finally on them damaging my Pokemon cards.
Damn right.
How to do two appeals, but I won.
Now, how does this work? Do you get to crack the Pokemon cards, and if it was a good one, do you get to sue them for more, or are they just liable for retail value?
It's those priority. It was a priority box, so there wasn't any additional insurance purchase. So those priority shipping boxes come with a default of $100. So that's all I got. But I had to do 2 appeals. And
$100 will buy you some packs.
Yeah. But what's I gonna say? Oh, I was like, this is a collectible, and the box was dented and had water damage. So I had to like show pictures of the box and all that stuff. But I was like, the post person told me to file a claim and apologized. Freaking. And they sent me 2 letters each time. One that they'd investigate, and the other one that I got that I did it, like that they awarded me. And then I waited 3 weeks, and then they sent me 2 more letters at the same time that said that they denied me. It was so confusing. It was crappy. Anyways, it's all done. $100 free. I never give up on stuff like that though. This one time, a Taco Bell owed me $15, and then I walked in there. I said, I gave you 20. And they're like, nope. And I go, you need to count the register. And then so they count the register, and she was still under. Because obviously they're like, okay, if we're over $15, we'll give it to you. Man, they were under. And I took my receipt and I wrote Taco Bell a letter. And I was like, listen, you guys owe me $15. It took me like, it's the principal. And it took me like 2 months. In my letter, I was like, I wouldn't normally write you guys for $15 or cost this much, but it's the principal. And they cut me a check for $15 and apologized. Everyone told me to forget it. Just forget it. It's move on. It wasn't even my $15. It was my partner's at the time. It's my ex-girlfriend's. And I said, no, we're going in there.
The principal.
Going in there. And then I gave her the $15 because it wasn't even mine. Shoot.
Nah, I'm sorry. After all that, I'm keeping the $15.
Man, I should. Yeah.
Crypto Kitty, what are you doing? You know, you looking real comfy inside for an outside kitty.
My bathroom looks like a stripper got naked or something. There's a leather skirt and glitter, and I'm tracking it all through the house.
Sounds like a normal girl's bathroom to me. Y'all are messy as shit.
I run a tight ship.
Apparently not.
What the heck, man?
Yeah, give me some time to ask around. I will see how many people are interested so we can get a bunch of people together. That way I don't have to that way I don't have to go through it a couple times.
Dang, your ads are crazy. What is this one about? Oh, Harbor Freight.
It wouldn't be so bad if I wasn't making like $35 per stream on ads. It's not even like it's just enough to get this one some snacks. Right, kitty? Just enough to get you some meow mix and some tuna. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'll tone them down if I can. That shit's got to be annoying. I mean, now when there's dead price action, it doesn't matter. But I can't imagine like during the time when there's like serious price action. Nah, this one here, bro. Monster, you bring these cats from outside and they get bougie on you. First week here, I could give this cat anything I wanted to eat. French fries, peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Now it's like, if it's not tuna or the finest of premium hard cat food, he just looks at me like I'm being disrespectful. He's walking all over the keyboard. Apparently he wants to turn on carrot browsing.
Bitcoin's getting rejected by the 50.
Yeah.
Sui, on the other hand, don't care. No,
Did
there's
your
a
cat,
lot. There's a
did
lot
your
of
cat just try to put an order in for 899 trillion Bitcoin?
Yeah, that's why I don't give him control of the. He put it into the wrong field, luckily, but. Hey, chill out. I'm about to push the computer off the stand. Kitty Cam. Moses with the super chat. Appreciate you. Kitty, we got some more treats coming. We got some more treats coming. Appreciate you, family.
Oh, look, it's a little meow meow.
Wow.
What up, little meow meow? It's a little kitty cat.
He's chilling, yo. I'm using him to farm for super chats.
Oh, yeah. Make that money, kitty cat. Earn your keep.
Dbloc, that dust looks like real wood.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Heck yeah. W's in the chat for real wood. Dust.
And I can prove it's real wood because I can show you the little pile of termite stuff that's on the right corner.
What? No. Why is there termites
It's
there?
Florida, man. It's hard. These things. I'm gonna have to tent the house for termites soon.
They're so gross, dude.
Now what you want to get is a bunch of ants. Straight up.
I got like some neem oil and shit. I gotta just wipe the furniture down, seal all the cracks, do all of that good stuff. It's that good wood. It's that like reclaimed shipwreck wood. Like they've never had anything this tasty.
Yeah, I'm telling you, just get a bunch of carpenter ants, let them loose, and the termites will be gone in like a week. And the ants won't bother you as long as you don't have like sugar and stuff laying around. It's food.
You can't be scratching like that on live. All right, enough of that.
Solana had a nice little pop to it.
Yeah, it looks really good on all its pairs right now. Literally all of its pairs. Great.
You ever give them a bath?
My other cats I did. I'm not gonna disrespect outside kitty by bathing them. Feel like he'll lose all his mojo if he goes outside and he smells like flowers and shit.
Yeah.
Them outside cats are gonna have it.
Yeah, they'll whoop his
He'll
ass.
never hear the end of it, bro. They're gonna chase him off the block. I gotta help him protect his street cred, you know?
My grandmother had a cat. She bathed it.
Yeah, my other cats did. My other cat would jump in the shower with you. Just chilling, just broken cat, bro. I used to look at him all the time like, what happened to you? Like, you're like more, you know what it is? I've never had cats growing up. I only had dogs. Like, I raised pit bulls my whole life. So when I got a cat, I just, you know, just kind of trained it like a dog. I didn't realize that there was a difference. So most of my cats really think they're dogs at the end of the day. They don't even really identify as cats.
Yeah, my cat scared off this raccoon. It was like 3 times her size.
Cats don't play, bro. You ever seen those videos of cat instincts? Of reflexes and shit? Like when cats getting like bitten by snakes, or you know what I mean? Like cats fighting with cobras and shit like that. Cats are crazy.
They're from another planet. I'll be right back.
Our most awesome mentor, coach, life changer Block, a true legend. Got a simple question when it comes to price
Super
discovery.
chat.
We set Fibonacci targets, which
Appreciate
target
you, man.
area is like most to reach. Examples:
Question comes to
Plaza.
price discovery, and we set Fibonacci targets. So it depends on if you've had your first or your second wave. So let me explain what I mean. Hold on. I get a clean chart. Let's use something like I don't know, Doge. Too much shit on that chart. Let me use a naked chart. Right, so our first Fibonacci on the way up. You've got price discovery above. I mean, you've got price action above you here. But we would still pull our first Fib. Two 618, 3618 are common hits. Right? 4618, when you start getting to your 4618, 5618, 6618, this is completely oversold territory. Right? Look at it like this. Look at it like this. These fib extensions are targets, right? So if we pull our, let's say, W pattern from the bottom here, right? If you go to the Discord and you go to chart patterns, chart patterns. So you go to the Discord and you go to chart patterns and you look at the cutouts from Fibonacci, right? I mean, from Bulkowski. You see at the bottom it says percentage of reaching half height, full height, right? Like on any one of these. Yeah. When you zoom in here, see how it says percentage of reaching half height, full height, 2 times height, 3 times height? What that really says is percentage of reaching 0.5 fib, 0.1 fib. I mean 0.5 fib, 1 fib, 2 fib, 3 fib. Right, so when we come over and look at our W, the way we typically pull our measured move is just top to the bottom. Right, that measured move hit and then retrace. Cool. When you use your fib extension, what you're doing is you're taking from the bottom of the pattern to the top of the pattern to the breakout of the pattern. Right? Now, when you take these and you set them up for Bolkowski, where they show you the half, see? So those are your Bolkowski ranges there. And you see how that measured move got you to the 1, right? So what we're saying when we're looking at these and we're like, okay, I want it to get to the 3, to the 3, 6, 1, 8, 4, 6, 1, 8, 5, 6, 1, 8, is you're looking for it to do 2 times its measured move or 3 times its measured move, right? And the chances of that happening, if we go to W patterns, where are you, W? It's rectangle pattern, head and shoulder bottoms, double bottoms, eaves. Chances of hitting half height, 85%. We already did that, right? Half height was 0.5. So that pattern has an 85% chance of hitting half height. It has a 66% chance of hitting full height, which we already hit. Right. But to hit 2 times height or 3 times height, there's a 46% chance it hits 59. There's a 33% chance that it hits 78. Right. So the reason that I say I'm not sure if it hits its full potential when we look at our projections are because you would have to draw a new pattern, and we can't. There's no way to guess whether that's going to happen or not. Right? In other words, from the road that we have paved now, you have real reason to come up to at least 3, right? So let's say price comes up, comes back, retest, comes up, comes back, and retest. Now, if it does this, right, and then pulls in a bull flag, and then I can come back and look at it and say, okay, right, now we can look at the 5618, 6618. Anybody that tells you anything past that is guessing. 1000% guessing. That was a long ass answer to a short question, bro. My bad. Yeah, I'll look at AVAX and then I'll look at Sol. AVAX is interesting, man. Because AVAX is just ready. What really interests me about AVAX is that it's exactly what it did the first time around. See how this thing just like bull flagged and then went, and little bull flag and then went. So it's like, and I'm about to do something stupid just because I did get some AVAX. It just goes to show you how explosive first waves are. You hardly ever get the same sort of reaction off the first wave that you did off the second. But yeah, that'd be a crazy, crazy move. Either way, I think we get over all-time high. Probably close to, I hate to say it, but probably close to $1,000. Short of it, in my opinion. Yeah, we're looking at, by the time this is all done, and I'm not talking this bull market by any sense, right? This is first wave, second wave. All we need second wave to do is to get above all-time high. But third wave, because of that, I could see AVAX at $4,000, man. The all-time high, we're looking at a 5.5x. For what I was looking at to get to, which is just the measured move of this bull flag, would be about a 14x. I'm not holding till then, but this is the limit of what I think we can get. Right? This is the upper limit of what I think is possible. For me, I already told you guys, when it comes to taking profit, wherever we happen to be, right, along these lines, time-wise, so. But I will be picking up, during the next bear market, I'm picking up so much AVAX, SUI. Just because of how it's set up on the macro. There will be, but in my opinion, this is Sui's first intro year, right? So this was like Solana last bull market. It's reacting just the same way that Solana reacted during the last bull market. If you didn't get in on Solana during the last bull market, it didn't give you opportunity to get in, right? It would just pump and go sideways, pump and go sideways. I think that next year is going to be Sui's breakout year, like the year that Solana had this year. And then after that, I'll probably lose interest. I'll probably move on to whatever's the new high L2. So basically, Sui will take place of the position that Sol is holding in my portfolio at the moment. I mean, you could find the time frame where it hasn't crossed yet. But at that point, it just kind of says that you're a little late, right? It lets you know that the move, the original move, has already happened. But you can mitigate that risk. Stop losses and shit. There's nothing wrong with using the 13 just to say, okay, this looks bullish, you know? Doesn't have to be an entry. Hold on a second. What? You want to go outside and kill shit, don't you? Alright, hold on. I'll be back. I'm just here. I'm flipping through some news real quick. Make sure I didn't miss anything today.
in the cars. Let me know.
What up, Guns? You sound particularly happy today.
What was
Hey,
that?
guys. I thought that was you.
Either way, brother, it's good to hear from you. Yeah, then. Hopefully this stuff recovers a bit because I'm a bit underwater myself.
Games.
Did someone say gains?
No, not gains. Games.
Oh, games. Nice, man. Games.
I guess we gotta wait till Monday.
Yeah.
I was hoping they were gonna do something today. Don't look like it.
Yeah. Like, what is the stock market gonna do? Let's wait for them.
I thought we already figured that out at the last meeting. Guess not. Well, I still think it counts, but they're just playing games.
Yeah, we'll see how it like simmers out, because the stock market made the move up, crypto did too, and now it's like, okay, well, the stocks keep going, or because we just don't know yet what the stocks are doing, and that's why we're just hanging out, waiting. Cells.
That's funny how they came right to the bottom of the trap and denied it.
Yeah.
I think when we do make the move back into it, it's just going to be maybe like 2 or 3 green candles.
Yeah.
That will just sit here all weekend, do this, and then after the weekend's over, I think it'll just be big green candles going all the way up through the whole damn thing.
I hope so, man. I hope there's just like we get answers early in the week and it doesn't just like stuff around for 3 days, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Hopefully
I don't want to
Monday
short either
things get moved.
until we go up to 123, 124. Then we'll see.
Yeah, that's fair.
Worst come to worst, we test 112 again.
you.